Wanna go back to a place where we The attraction towards new experiences is powerful. Alienware gear isn't made to resist that pull. It's made to accelerate it, to transport you to new places where you can embrace difference and leave familiar behind, bringing you ever closer to the ultimate experience. See you on the other side.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Alienware and McAfee presents 2v2 CSGO Community Cup, taking place live at the first ever Dell Gaming store in Nehru Place, New Delhi. I am AK. With me is my wonderful friend and an amazing caster, Raider. So, Raider, how's it going?
I'm excited, man. I'm excited to see what happens in the semifinals and the grand finals. Because yesterday we did saw a lot of amazing matches coming into the play. We did saw, if I'm not wrong, four BO3s, and in those four BO3s we had two clean sweeps and one of those matches where we had deciders, where we had OTs and stuff. That is absolutely amazing. We're looking forward to the day. At this point, I would love to add on that the prize pool is waiting. I mean, those goodies coming from the Dell is absolutely going to be amazing for those champions, for those two players from that team who is going to conquer the grand finale of this Community Cup of CSGO 2v2 Wingman Championship. I mean, it's going to be tough, but then again, we have to see what happens in the semifinals because semifinals will be a best of three. So that is kind of going to be a very decent chance for those four teams to be precise to showcase their talent. But when it comes to the grand finals, then we'll have just two teams. It will be a best of five, and that competition, well, it will be amazing for sure.
Indeed, and well, we can be sure that we may just get cobblestone today. We missed cobblestone out of anything. I mean, we had literally everything in the CS:GO action except for cobblestone being played. So yeah, looking forward to that as well. But for today, as I have the list, I think our top four teams are Demon Hunters, Mavericks, X10s, and Classic Five, and we have already witnessed the action from three of these teams except for
Yeah.
Mavericks. So we can pretty much expect what we can, think about the games that are going to take place.
I mean, we can actually make our expectations, we can actually showcase our speculations and stuff, but there are many variables like the team known as Mavericks. We have not seen what they are capable of, and we have not seen what is the pressure that they are going to feel at this point. I'm talking about all the four teams which have been qualified for the semi finale. The pressure is going to be immense because they are just this close, just one step away from the grand finals, and eventually two steps away from winning that goodie and bagging out this community cup in their favor. So obviously it's going to be a tough battle for these four giants, but then again, would love to add on that Demon Hunters was absolutely on point. Extens is one of those teams which was getting the clean sweeps in back-to-back two matches that we saw in the live stream. But other than that, I would love to see what Classic 5 is capable of, how they are going to put their meta into the pedal. Because today's day is going to be really crucial for them. And we all know that two teams are going to get disqualified, two teams, I mean, are going to get eliminated. Those are the two teams which will lose the semi finale. There is no loser bracket, there is no lower bracket coming into the play. It's single elimination. One loss is actually the last loss that you're going to face in the BO3. But other than that, in that BO3, they are going to get multiple chances. For example, the OTs coming into the play and the decider map coming into the play. So two or three chances will be there for these teams. So obviously they can capsize on it. But then again, getting the clean sweep is going to be another thing I would love to see from Team Xsense. Although it's going to be a tough one because Xsense is facing off, if I'm not wrong, the team I believe is known as Classic 5. So yeah, Classic 5 is again
Yes.
one of those amazing teams which is kind of capable of showcasing their own talent and pushing the enemy back to the enemy lines. And I really believe Excense is going to have a tough time if they are going to bag out the clean sweep, or things can be just different for them where Excense might lose and Classic 5 might win. So there are many speculations, but all we have to do is just wait for the match to get started.
Well, indeed, and the action will be started in just a few minutes. Until then, to everyone who is joining here today who couldn't be there yesterday, so we just want to inform that this event in is taking place live. It's a LAN event. It's taking place at the Nehru place, the first ever gaming store by Dell. So yes, that is the thing. If you are around the area, do visit the store for the hands-on deals on various products by Alienware and to participate in these events. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to the schedule of how things are going to pan out.
Yep, as we were talking about it, well, in the schedule, you can clearly see the first semi-finals will be a best of three, and that will be between the Hunters versus Team Mavericks. Second semi-finals will also be a best of three, which will be held between Extents and Classic 5. And coming back to the thing of the grand finals. Well, we have to see which are the two teams which are going to move forward to the grand finals, because one of those teams are going to move forward from the grand final to the grand finals from the semi-final 1, and also semi-final 2 is also going to give us the second team for the grand finals. And that grand finals will be of best of 5, if I'm not wrong. So that is actually going to be one hell of a competition that we would love to watch. And then in the BO5, I believe we will get to see every single map, because there will be no bans. But yeah, map B2 coming in for the first map, Demon Hunters versus Mavericks. We have to see what happens and which are the three maps getting chosen. The bans are here. Mavericks banned the Boyard. Cobblestone is already getting banned, and that is getting banned by Demon Hunters. But the picks are Lake. Oh, that's an interesting map to start with. But Mavericks, we have not seen their performance. I would love to see how Mavericks are going to control this particular map in their favor. On the high side, when it comes to Chalice, well, we have Demon Hunters picking up the CT side advantages, and the decider will be in Dust. I'm happy to see the picks coming in. Just surprised to see Lake, I believe. I would love to see Cobblestone in the place of Lake as an initiation, but then again, these are the players which have chosen their own perfect maps to play with, and Boyard and Cobblestone already getting banned. I really believe there is going to be a decent play coming in from these teams.
Absolutely, and as you mentioned, the interesting map pick here is the lake, because yesterday we saw that Demon Hunters prioritized the map pick of lake, and today their opponents have actually picked lake as well. So for a fact, we know that lake is also the home ground for Demon Hunters, for Prometheus. The way he was fragging against Easy and his teammate Stan, that was absolutely amazing. So it will be actually an interesting match to see.
Well, definitely, it will be interesting to see how Prometheus and his team is actually going to maybe gel with each other and eventually give us the performance. But all in all, we have to remember Mavericks chose this map known as Lake, and they've decided to go with the CD sided advantage, just because from the CD sided advantage, you can easily put down some shots onto the terrorists, because the area of vision is actually kind of open. You can provide down some good shots in the first half. Obviously, the pistol round is not going to be that fruitful for them when it comes to that long range, but eventually, after that, when they get the rifles, when they get the ops, then I believe things can change for them in the fourth or fifth or sixth round, I believe. But other than that, yes, the competition is going to be mesmerizing. All in all, guys, without any delay, we are going to move on to the first map of the semifinals one of the CSGO Community Cup. Well, moving forward, let's see what happens, guys, in this particular matchup. Mavericks on the CD side, Demon Hunters on the terrorist side, and the wait is kind of over. In just few seconds, we'll get to see the first flags coming in. And yes, Broken is there, and Janvu coming from Team Mavericks. Well, let me remind you guys, we have not seen Mavericks performing for us in the live stream, but yes, I really believe that this team is kind of capable. And on the other side, we have got Prometheus and AK. Yesterday, if I'm not wrong, his name was Sleeping Munda.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Anyways, the round has started. That the first round of this best of three series, and we have already seen a frag from the side of Broken onto AK. And it's kind of weird for me because I also go by the name AK, so it will take me some time to get used to it. But nevertheless, Prometheus is there with the Tech 9. He will get one frag. In fact, yesterday he started with this same momentum as well, with the Tech 9 clutching it 1v2, and he's pretty much in a similar situation. But Broken, he has taken the peak. He knows where his opponent might be. C4 is dropped in front of him, and Prometheus, he has no idea of whereabouts of Broken, so he's just lurking around the house and looking for some sort of angles. Both the players are going to spot each other. Both of them are at very low HP. Broken surviving on 11 and Prometheus on 23. Well, Prometheus can actually survive one bullet from USPS until and unless it is not going to be a headshot. So let's see how things are going to actually pan out. Broken has left the control of the C4. Prometheus, he will straight up go for that plant, and there comes a swing from
Oh.
Broken. He will connect those two shots and will go straight up on the defuse. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, we start off this game with a very, very exciting round from Demon Hunters and Mavericks, and Mavericks have secured this first win.
Yep, a beautiful initiation coming into the play as a counter-terrorist. Definitely, I believe Mavericks is putting up a show. But I really believe Demon Hunters will be bouncing back in the later stages, so that will be absolutely amazing to watch out as well. I believe the OTs might come in, or eventually this is not going to be a clean sweep type of situation. That's what I'm expecting at this point. But other than that, yes, the push is once again there. They've got an M4 along with an SMG coming into the play, but the damage that was there from
Oh,
Prometheus was absolutely amazing. That was a good link shot coming into the play. It is a 1v2. I really believe it can actually happen right now. Yes, the stuns are there. Not a lot of HP is left, and yes, exactly that's what happened. Demon Hunters are now back in the meta. They have got the guns, they've got the M4 even, and now they're going to use it in their advantage and maybe give us the competition that we were expecting at this point. But all in all, a beautiful battle coming up to end. 2 rounds have been passed, and there is no one who is leading the charts because the score is 1-1. It's pretty much equal at this point. Once again, Broken and the other guy that is going to be Jan, who is already pushing forward. M4AS in the hand. The guy known as AK wanted to diminish the players and was able to do that stuff with a ding shot coming to the head onto the guy known as Broken. Now it's all about Janvu. What Janvu will be able to do is the biggest question for now. He's struggling for sure, but then again, he really wants to take 1 or 2 players down at this point. He wants to do a 1v2. If that 1v2 is there with that pistol, I really believe it will be an absolutely amazing offset of a pressure coming from the team known as Mavericks.
Absolutely, and Prometheus, he has an M4, but Janwu, he has some other plans, takes down AK right then and there, but Prometheus coming in with a beautiful trace and a good spray, he will easily secure this round. 2-1 is the score line. They have the round advantage as well, and this M4 coming into the play. Well, I think it's McAfee quite a beautiful skin, to be honest. But nevertheless, we will continue towards the next round as players are going towards the outer area this time. Both of the players, in fact, from the side of Demon Hunters, while Mavericks have taken the control of boat and of back area of the house. Well, let's see how things are going to pan out because Demon Hunters, they are kind of having a passive approach, to be specific, because they are just not going to rush in. They are looking for some sort of mistakes from the side of Mavericks, so they can pick off one player and then maybe go plant the C4, and he has actually spotted someone right there, and that is going to be Janvu. In fact, the fight is being taken down, a bit of damage inflicted from both the ends, but Janvu, he will be taken down as Prometheus goes forward, takes that good positioning into his hand, and now it's all on to Broken to secure his round, and he has also flanked them up. It's 1 versus 2. The C4 is being planted in front of him. He has all the info that he needs, takes down one player, that is going to be Prometheus, and converts it into a 1 versus 1. He knows that the planter is on the side, moves around the smoke. AK spots him, whiffing his shots. Oh my god, this is not looking good, and both the players trying their level best, but in the end, Broken is going to get the last kill, and Prometheus, he's just all laughing out like, oh my god, what just happened in front of us?
I mean, he tried to fall back. He was trying his level best to fall back a bit and eventually get the advantage from the second floor of the building, but eventually it was not that easy. And all in all, a beautiful USP shot down coming into the play, although there were some whips in the initiation where we did saw AK versus AK battle coming into the play. The AKMs were getting used up, but still, that was not easy. But all in all, 2-2. Again, an equalizer situation coming in. Remember, guys, the first to win the 9 rounds is going to back out the first map going forward from the lake. Oh, that was a good shot coming out of Prometheus. And AK also gets surrendered
Oh,
by the right hand side of the particular map, and eventually it was broken with that M4, which was able to shut him down. But moving forward, 3-2. That means Mavericks is at a lead. Now just Maverick have to just maintain this particular lead because Maverick is the one which was able to choose this map and which was the kind of adamant on having the city sided advantage. But they are still not that fruitful, to be honest, because having a buffer of just 1 round is not going to cut the deal. But yes, a beautiful shot coming to the play. I believe it's a 1v2 situation. Okay. On the back end, it was Genwu which completely stole the show. But all in all, 4-2. That means there is a buffer of 2 rounds right now, and Mavericks are off to a very good stance at this point. After the 4 rounds happened in the fifth and sixth round, they definitely were able to completely diminish the spirits coming from Team Demon Hunters. Whichever angle they are trying to utilize, they are getting shut down. And look at the economy that they have right now. 2 Glocks, that's all.
indeed, and things are looking actually pretty difficult for Demon Hunters right now. And Janwu, he was actually going to go there, but he decided to go up towards the house or the site area. AK, he's just holding it off, waiting for some sort of player to push him, but instead, Prometheus is going to who's going to push, and Janwu, he will make sure that he takes down both of the players in this round and move towards the next round with a really high momentum. 5-2 is the scoreline. Mavericks, as you mentioned, they are indeed proving the point of why they took the map lake in their favor, and in fact they are leading it with quite a good score now because 3 rounds on the city side, and as we move towards the last round of this half, they are actually going pretty confidently, but Prometheus, he will shut that confidence down right then and there, leaving Jan Wu in a one versus two situation, and he is trying to lurk around this rock. He knows pretty much the position of one player, but I'm not sure if he's aware about the second player being there as well, and that is going to be the case. Looks at the right angle, Prometheus takes a trade. With that said, we finish this half with a scoreline of 5-3.
I mean, the best part that Prometheus does was countering that buffer, because eventually, if the score would have been 6-2, that buffer would have impacted a lot onto the performance coming on Team Demon Hunters. But right now, there is buffer of just 2 rounds, and Demon Hunters can easily capsize on it. I mean, we have seen them doing that wonderful job of completely changing the pace of the game in their favor. But right now, seems like that Prometheus and the other guy AK is going to push forward a bit with the Glocks. Ooh, that was
Oh
a
my
really good
god.
ding shot coming to the player. Not just that, dual ding shots coming into the play. Janwu and Broken, both of them are able to broke the spirits of the team known as Demon Hunters. And now moving forward, the buffer is of 3 rounds, just 3 more rounds for Mavericks to go with, so that they can back out the first map of the first semi-finale of this amazing CSGO Community Cup presented by Alienware and McAfee Security. So moving forward, we have got 6-3. That's what we have got the scores. Okay, again some USP shots coming into the play, but the SMG was on point. Broken managed to break AK out of the equation. And with that, I believe Prometheus is going to be the last one surviving with the USP in his hand. I really believe that play can actually help him a lot. But meanwhile, I believe the bomb planting scenario is already going to go on the way. And yes, the bomb is getting planted. Ring shot was on the way, but Broken does a 1v3. With that, 7-3. That means we have a buffer of 4 rounds. You can already see how it all started with a beautiful SMG play on the alley. And after that, again on the same alley, we had another tussle coming into the play with that Broken guy and Prometheus. With that, 7-4, that's what we have when it comes to the score. Again, the push is there, and right now it's kind of similar, because from looking at the angles, I believe we can say the play is kind of similar. The players are actually the counter terrorists are actually on the first floor, and near the boat we have the terrorists. And Prometheus and AK have decided to take the control of the house. And on the hindsight, when it comes to Broken in January, they are struggling to find their own way, but I believe they will be able to do so very soon.
Absolutely. For now, both of the teams are playing with certain patience. They are waiting for some sort of push from either of the sides to take those aim battles. But right now, Broken, as he spots AK, he will just rush the P90 into his body. But Prometheus, he has some other plans about that. Takes the trade, kills off Broken, and then we have 1v1 between Janvu and Prometheus. And somehow they are actually going to move towards under each other, to be honest. And he is just trying to get some sort of angle out of that smoke. Until and unless that smoke is there, he is not getting a clear view of the upper area of this house. And only 15 seconds on the clock, he has to make a move. Prometheus, he has a better angle, and he will get the better of Giant Wu as well, taking that frag, clutching it one versus two for his team, and still keeping Demon Hunters alive in this map.
Yep, they're still surviving, they're still struggling, and they're getting some good points. That's amazing. Moving forward, 74, that means there is still a buffer of 3 rounds, so a lot of heavy lifting to be done. On the hindsight, when it comes to Demon and when it comes to the Mavericks, all they have to do is just bag out the next round. That is going to be the round number 8, so that they
Oh,
can get the match point, and that's exactly what they got. What a beautiful push coming in. They were not even getting single breath at that point because the aggression that was there. Every now and then the picks were coming in, and eventually it was Broken who did a 1v2 if I'm not wrong. So yes, that was absolutely amazing. Now moving forward to the last, maybe possibly the last round of this game, to be honest, to this
oh,
perspective, if I'm not wrong. The aggression will be there, and Prometheus once again gets a beautiful ding shot onto his head. Now it's all about AK. I really believe it is going to be a struggle, some fight for this guy, because AK is one of those amazing players which can support the team, not aggress for the team. So I really believe AK will be having a very tough time bagging out this round in his favor. But yeah, Broken already gets damaged. Broken is very low in his HP, but the C4 is going to get planted. It's going to be inevitable at this point, and that's it. 9-4. The first map, the map known as Lake, which Mavericks decide to play it in, have won. Mavericks have actually backed out this particular map. That clearly showcases the talent, the spirits of this particular map, or this particular team to be precise. Mavericks, as the name suggests, are one of those amazing teams which is getting some good points in their favor. And they have chosen this particular map, and they have shown us why they chose it. Because they are the pros, they are the one which had the right strategies for the particular map. Not just that, they had the precision, their aims. I believe Out of 20 to 25 shots that we saw from the team Maverick, we did saw close to 10 to 15 ding shots coming into the play. That really shows that they are quite full with the precisions. They are able to put the headshots into the play, and that is actually going to help them a lot, because that one single shot can eliminate your enemy rather than going for a complete whiff or a complete for body shots that usually we have seen in the first day of this CSGO Community Cup. But right now, in the second day, we are off to a very good start. Both of these teams, both of these individual coming from Mavericks as well, are quite good. And if I talk about the team which is actually on the other side, well, they are struggling, but Demon Hunters is also a very good team. I really believe in the next pick that is there. Things can change. Chalice is the map, if I'm not wrong. So in that map, things can change quite drastically.
Well, absolutely. And Mavericks, they pretty much proved that we couldn't actually see their gameplay yesterday. So they pretty much proved why they are in the semis right now. And they literally performed really, really well. Those headshots, those one tap. I think in the last round, the both kills were a one tap. So yes, that was there. I mean, absolutely amazing performance. And of course, we mentioned this yesterday, Raider, as well, that it is going to be a mix of competitive plays and a bit of casual gameplay. So yeah, it was some sort of that as well. Looking at the highlights, I
Yeah.
would like to actually mention this point because we couldn't see that sort of rush gameplay from the side of Demon Hunters this time as well. The same that Mavericks was able to portray in front of us.
Yeah, I mean that aggression was kind of missing that we did saw in the yesterday's battle, but we have to also adhere to the fact that this is semifinals. This is not those qualifier stage at this point. And in the semifinals, we do have one of those teams which is already able to qualify from the top 17 teams, from the registered 17 teams to be precise, to the top four. So I really believe that competition is actually going to implicate a lot of damage onto the senses, and that's exactly what is happening at this point. The pressure is there on Demon Hunters, and Demon Hunters is just getting crushed onto that. But we have to remember the fact that it's a BO3. It's not a best of one type of situation where just one map is going to cut the deal. We do have two more maps coming into the play. If I'm not wrong, first of all, it's going to be Chalice, and eventually even Chalice. If the team Demon Hunters will able to bag out that particular map, then we'll get to see the dust, the short dust one, and that map will tell us a new story if the decider will come. I really believe decider is something which is going to be a little bit far away if Demon Hunters is going to perform the way they are performing in this particular map, because the way the precision is working on for Team Mavericks, I really believe they will be the one fruitful team in the Chalice map, because that map demands the long range precision, and I believe Demon Hunters is one of those teams which is kind of good when it comes to the close call battles, or kind of good when it comes to the element of surprise. So Demon Hunters is good. Uh, while surprising the teammates, while surprising the enemies as well. They know how to create that art of deception. That is kind of good. They know how to play around the smoke. They know how to play around the utilities. But when it comes to Mavericks, the gun game is kind of the A game that we are expecting at this point. And they are kind of good when it comes to their precision, their aiming power, and their angles that they choose to play with. Because they are able to attack onto the enemy. Meanwhile, the enemy is still struggling to find out where the players are. Because before I mean, when he finds out where the players are, before that, he's already done and dusted. He's already back to the lobby. So that is the kind of gameplay that Mavericks is trying to dish out. And Chalice is the map where this kind of gameplay can actually help them a lot, because we do have multiple angles, multiple small sneak peek angles of the wall banks coming into the play, which can help the players a lot. Meanwhile, when it comes to usage of utilities, all those utilities are going to do is just deny the inevitable, and that is the planting or the defusal of the bomb. So that is the one thing which might not help. It's just going to buy time for Demon Hunters. Demon Hunters have to be good when it comes to their aiming power, because that is the one thing which may help them in Chalice.
Absolutely. So let's just get into the map without wasting any time, and let's see what both teams have it in them for this particular map, Raider. As we can see that the game goes live in literally 5 seconds, and oh well, the first round is obviously going to be the pistol round. So it's all going to be about the aim game that you mentioned, the precision coming in from both the team. Let's see who gets the better of whom, and for now it's going to be a pretty much passive approach, but no, the fights are being taken down towards the side of Church, and AKG has repositioned himself to take that long range fight with USP, but both the
What?
players will line up in front of him, and
Wow.
he will not miss a single shot in that. Look at that. The luckiest and the most skillful moment that you can actually ask for. As I even mentioned yesterday, that luck favors the brave, and he was brave enough to take those fights and was skillful enough to take those headshots as well.
Well, it was amazing. I would love to adhere on the fact that it was an amazing shotgun coming to the play, but moving forward, Demon Hunters are now getting hunted at this point. But still, Demon Hunters will be able to back out the second round. Well, Demon Hunters starting it off with the city set advantage in the favor are already popping off quite well. I would love to add on that Demon Hunters is quite well when it comes to the close range fights. So I think if Maverick wants to win it, they have to play with a long range aggression coming into the play, or have to have that X factor that Mavericks had in the previous battle. If you guys remember, they were having some element of surprises, but right now it seems like that element of surprise is not at all there. In this map, we do have some niche angles from which they can fight, but then again, you have to find those angles. You have to figure out how you are going to utilize those angles in your favor. Other than that, Mavericks is going to lose another round if I'm not wrong. If they are unable to do that, if they go in the close range fights, I can bet that the particular team known as Demon Hunters will help them. And look at that, how beautiful Broken was when it comes to the long range fights. Now Prometheus have figured out that there is a player at this point, and he might be able to aggress. He might be able to do a 1v2. He might be able to completely backstab this lineup that is there. But let's see. Let's see how this guy is actually going to play around. Spots one. The guy with the C4 is already down. And on the hindsight, we have Broken still surviving. Now, Broken has got the idea where the player is. He's going to plant the C4. He's going to fake it, I believe. Yes, the fake is already there. Now waits for the right opportunity. The ding shots might actually come in, but before that, some more utilities are going to get used up. Well, the C4 has been planted. Now the pressure too falls in the hands of Prometheus. Prometheus has been taken down. With that, the long range battle is finally helping Mavericks out, and Mavericks are able to just get that upper hand in this particular game. So it's 3 rounds have been passed, two in the favor of Demon Hunters. Well, the pistol rounds and these 2 rounds are already in the favor of Demon Hunters, but right now when the game of pistols comes in, I believe at that angle Mavericks is somewhere able to find their own grasp. But I really believe Mavericks is going to have a very tough time when it comes to having that T-sided advantage in this particular map. So yes, the series-sided team, which is known as the Demon Hunters, kind of amazing when it comes to their play. Ooh, another ding shot might be there. No, it was not a ding shot, but then again, yes, they were able to shut down the play. And now moving forward, it's Broken versus Prometheus. Both of these guys are legendary when it comes to their own gun game and game style. I really believe things can change rapidly, and that's exactly what happened. AK against the particular M4. Well, M4 worked out quite well for Prometheus. On the hindsight, Broken definitely tried his level best to get some good shots onto the guy, but it was not that fruitful. In that alleyway, somewhere around, I believe Broken was unable to find the head of the guy known as Prometheus.
Absolutely, and with that said, we are actually on towards the fifth round of this map. 3 to 1 is the scoreline, ladies and gentlemen, and we can see some sort of mid fights for now going on with just the utilities. And he is going to spot one player. He knows the whereabouts of other as well and peeks him, but Broken, he is ready for that peek, shuts him down, punishes him with his AK-47, the one tap coming in and leaving Prometheus in a 1 versus 2 scenario right then and there. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, we have Janbu on 49 SP, Broken with 100 SP, and Prometheus with a kit and an M4A4 for this 1 versus 2. Well, one player has taken position just beside him towards his left side, and oh my god, they just passed each other, but timing is in favor of Broken. However, he's still going to miss his shots, repeaks and connects the final shots onto Prometheus, coming back into the game, taking his team back into the game, closing on to that lead that was there. Scoreline now is 3 to 2. We move on to the sixth round, and I think Mavericks, they are in for a comeback, as Demon Hunters, they don't have the economy to get the guns this round.
Yeah, they're going to struggle for sure. The utilities are coming into the play. The needs are there, which might have impacted. And for now, seems like that Prometheus already knew that he's going to get a lot of utilities on his face. That is why he's just falling back a bit and he's utilizing some other angle. But then again, that need was actually quite hefty for Prometheus. And finally, the bagging out of this round is already done. Prometheus is also finished off. AK was also eliminated. With that, Demon Hunters and Mavericks are now at the same page with the score of 3 to 3. Is it going to be a clean sweep coming in? What is your expectations, guys? Comment down at this point, because in this particular area where and McAfee presents CSGO Community Cup, we did saw two clean sweeps yesterday. That was the qualifiers. Now this is the semifinals. I kind of do not expect a clean sweep coming into the play, but then again, that might actually just come. We might actually just see a clean sweep come into the play. If that happens, that will be absolutely amazing. There is a player just hiding beyond that boxes, and the idea was there. Well, definitely the player with the C4 has been taken down. Now it's all about the last man standing that is going to be broken. His spirits are broken, but he might just fly a bit. He might just secure some more frags into his perspective. Looking forward to see is it going to be possible for him to do a 1v2. I really believe it's going to be a tough tide for him to play with. Spots the player, does the damage, but not at all fruitful for him. Again, pushing forward, and that's it, I believe. Ooh, that was an amazing tackle coming in. Now, Broker is there with 25% HP, and when it comes to Prometheus, he's just fresh at this point with 100 HP in his favor and was able to get the advantage out of it.
Absolutely. And while the round was actually going on, I was actually looking at the player cams and I just realized that these cams are of the Alienware laptops. I mean, look at the clarity, and I could see the cosplayers walking around and other people's, and just enjoying the atmosphere there. So I was just wondering how good of a feel it might be. And Prometheus is also delivering that feel. Broken replies back with a similar one. The headshots coming in, the headshots being trading from both the ends right now. And as we say, Broken, he rushes in for a plant in a 1 versus 1 situation. Prometheus, he decides to reposition himself towards the side of Church, and Broken, he's somehow actually expecting, he has all the utility to work around with will block off one angle with smoke, spots the player, spots his opponent, that is going to be Prometheus, nades him down, and Prometheus kind of trying to dodge it out. Both the players are now going to be in front of each other, but Broken, with the perfect repositioning, he will take down Prometheus as well, taking the round for his team and equalizing the half with a scoreline of 4 on 4.
The first semi-final is happening, guys, and right now look at the competition that is there between these two giants, Demon Hunters and Mavericks. They are toe to toe at this point in this map number 2 of Chalice, but eventually when it comes to the overall picture of the best of 3, I believe at that angle it is the team known as Demon Hunters which is actually on the hindsight, and Mavericks is having the upper hand in that particular meta, and now Mavericks have got the series at advantage. It was a very fruitful round, to be honest, if you ask me, for Mavericks, to be honest, because there is no lead whatsoever between Demon Hunters and Mavericks at this point. And the round that actually favors you a lot is going to be the second half at this point, which is the series headed advantage for the team known as Mavericks. So Mavericks can easily come up with some good rounds in this particular game. They can easily back out the next 5 rounds and just be the winner of the semifinals one, and actually move on to the grand finals to face off their mortal enemy. That is going to be some other team between Extents and Classify, if I'm not wrong. But what was that ding shot coming to play? Janvu comes up with a very beautiful shot. Another ding! That's why I do say that in Chalice, if you are the counter terrorist, you are at the upper hand because you have the definite angles, you have the PPP angles as well. Although this is a first person shooter game, but then also you have the idea where the players are going to come from. Well, on the other corner, when it comes to Demon Hunters, you have to push. The terrorists have to push. That is the only verdict that they have to play with. But yes, for Mavericks, they can just be on the passive end. They can just wait it out and eventually get the advantage. But right now, Prometheus with the Deeg in his hand and the Tech 9 coming for AK, already getting damaged a bit, has got the 85% HP in his favor. But still, I believe it's going to be a tough battle for the giants known as Demon Hunters, and they are struggling, and that is why they're just trying to put up a passive strategy at this point to fall back or maybe confront the enemy. Well, the guy with the C4 is actually on the back end. That is going to be Prometheus. He's way too far away from the enemy territory, but moving forward, bit by bit, they are trying to approach the same angle where the guy known as Broken is just waiting for them with a P90 in hand.
Oh, and there goes the fight
Amazing.
between both the players. AK, he was just dancing around trying to connect his shots, but Prometheus comes in for the trade and takes his opponent Broken down. With that said, Janvu has actually repositioned to that very area as well. And as we speak about it, Prometheus, he is making small footsteps towards the site and he just might get the timing. He has no guns whatsoever, and Janvu, he is guarding that P90 and that nade, so he knows for a fact that his opponent is not going to take that weaponry advantage right now. 10 seconds on the clock. Janvu actually getting the better of that timing that I was expecting for Prometheus to get. But then again, the scoreline is going to be 6-4, and Demon Hunters, they might finally just get a buy on. Yes, they will. In fact, two AK-47s coming in from the side of Demon Hunters Mavericks with M4A1 and that MP5 SD.
This time, Demon Hunters have decided to go from the alleyway and eventually push forward to the A location, to the bomb site to be precise. But there are the mollies coming into the play, and those mollies are obviously going to eliminate their position and tell the other guys like from Mavericks that where the players are pushing from. That might actually help them. Ooh, the damage is there for sure. Prometheus is actually quite late, and if we talk about AK, he's actually very low on his HP. Jenwu could actually get the upper hand out of it, and he might actually just go for a beautiful 1v2. Oh, what was that? Why was he aiming on the grounds. He was trying to jiggle around with the guns, and with that, AK gets the advantage of that particular round. To be honest, it was a round for Mavericks. Small hiccups coming into the play, and Demon Hunters is getting the upper hand in the game. Remember, guys, still there is a buffer of one round. That's just one round, to be honest, which can be countered anytime soon by the team known as Demon Hunters. And I'm all for it. In the hand, we have got a beautiful pistol coming to the play, but will it be fruitful against the AKs and against the guns coming into play? Oh, that was
Oh,
a very good ding shot coming from Broken's corner. All the Broken gets traded at the same time. Now it's all about Prometheus. He's going to push forward a bit, but an off shot. Will it connect, guys? What do you think? Will that off shot connect at this point? Has the USP in his hand. He's going to switch for it, but again shuffle around with the angles, trying to be the fruitful guy for the team. But I believe it's a 6 by 6 coming in. The way Janvu is performing, the way Janvu is trying to tackle with the angles, it's going to be tough for him to just completely deal the fight in his favor.
absolutely. But he has gone for the backstep here, and Prometheus just might not know that his opponent is actually in his own territory. As we say, he has upgraded to AK-47 as well. So, yes, the things are going to be on an equalizing end, but Prometheus, he has 100 HP, Giant 183, and no head armor available with him. Oh, and Prometheus, he goes for the plant, sticks it down on the ground, and that gives the call to Jan Wu that the player is on the side, and he just might actually expect him to be around the box. He is going very slowly, carefully, taking those angles. And did he spot the barrel? Oh, he did not. This might just be a mistake, but Janvu recovers from it, takes those aim fights, connects his spray, and gets the round for his team as well. And that's a 1 versus 2. Oh, well, no, not the 1v2, as Broken got the first frag and then got traded away. So is that a one? That's a 1v1 coming in from the side of Janvu, and they have secured yet another round towards the victory of this team if they may get it.
I mean, it was really crucial for Mavericks to just put up a pace and eventually get the advantage out of the game. And that's exactly what they're trying to go and do. But right now, it seems like that Mavericks are trying to aim for the match point. 12 rounds have been passed. We are on to the 13th one. And look at that beautiful spray coming to the play. And just the body shots and a ding coming into the play. Prometheus, the heavy hitter, is already out of equation. Now AK has to do the heavy lifting. It's a 1v2 situation for AK. I really believe things won't be that favorable. Ah, what was that? AK with a beautiful ding shot on Janvu was able to get the upper hand in this fight. I was not expecting this at this moment, but eventually the tough time demands the tough decisions, and those decisions are definitely coming into the play. And I believe at this point, AK is the one guy which is going to be the scariest for the team known as Mavericks. Although he has got the C4, he's about to go ahead with the plant. If the plant is going to be there, I really believe AK has to be a little bit more cautious about the fact the way he is going to rotate, the way he is going to put up the initiation in his favor. Was aiming on the right location, was aiming on the right doors at this point, but eventually he conflicted. Let's see what Broken is going to do. Broken is just waiting for that audio cue of the bomb getting planted, and once he gets that idea, he will be able to push forward. But still,
Oh,
Demon
oh,
Hunters
oh.
bags out the round after eliminating Broken as well. What a 1v2 from AK.
Absolutely, he is still keeping Demon Hunters in the game. As you said, that now he has to do the heavy lifting by himself, and he did actually deliver it for his teammate, for his wingman Prometheus right here. And this might just give them the boost that they need to recover the round lead that they have lost. And talking about that, talking about the leads, I think they have the team Maverick have the upper advantage here, as one of the players has pushed down the tunnels, and he just might get all the information that he requires. He knows for a fact that no player is actually going to push from that angle, delivers that information to Janbu, who is also jiggling around the other areas, but catches the perfect timing. That is Broken, takes down Prometheus, and then we have AK taking that trade once again in a 1 versus 2, but gets dinged by Giant Wu right here, and a bit of damage being inflicted on Giant Wu as well. With that said, we can see AK trying to get those boosts in play, but no, he won't be able to. Now he is just going to pull forward, shift walking, but the timing is going to favor Giant Wu right here. And with that said, we have Mavericks going on to the match point, going for that clean sweep.
Maverick really wants to get that upper hand in the favor, and seems like that the match point is already here. So the last round is going to be quite crucial. This could be the last round, or this could be initiation of another victorious battle between Demon Hunters and Mavericks. I would love to see how Demon Hunters is going to put up the pedal at this point, because there is immense amount of pressure onto that particular team. But we are off to the, I believe, 14th round, if I'm not wrong. 14th or 15th round, to be precise. Yeah, 15th round is going to
15th
be
round,
quite
yes.
crucial for these two players from Demon Hunters, because this could be the last one that they're going to play, or this could be a new opening for them for bagging out the match point as well and getting the overtime into the matters. But I really believe that OT is not going to come the way the angles are there from Broken and the other guy that is going to be Janwu. It's going to be tremendous. It's going to be quite hefty for them to deal with the damage. But look at that. Broken is already off to a very bad start, because he is losing a lot of chunk of his SP. Ding shots are now coming into the play. But the damage was there. Prometheus gets connected. Prometheus is out of equation. Now Aki has to do the 1v2 again. He has to do that magical stuff once again. Otherwise, it will be out of the hands. And yes, it
Oh,
is. The grand finals is there for the Mavericks. We have got our first ever grand finals in this Alienware and McAfee presence CSGO Community Cup, and the team which has bagged out that spot in the grand finals is going to be Team Mavericks. Grand finals is there for them. It's a best of five battle for them, but eventually we have to see who is their opponent. For that, we have to wait out for the Battle of Extents and Classic 5. But to be honest, Demon Hunters was able to put up a show, but eventually it was not that hefty, because Mavericks was ready with every answers that was required. Be it the map that they chose, be it the map that the enemy chose. They were the team which was having the upper hand. I believe in the first map they had somewhere around the score lines of 9-6, and eventually in this map also it was pretty much similar score line coming into the play. And definitely every single attack attempt, every single defense attempt, every single rotation or art of deception that was there from Team Demon Hunters was getting countered in next or the second last round by the team known as Mavericks, and that is why Mavericks becomes the first grand finalist. Moving forward, we are going to witness the match highlights as well, so that we can get an idea of what happened, how it happened, and when it happened. To be honest, so yes, it was quite amazing. In the start, we did saw a beautiful control of Demon Hunters coming into the play. By Demon Hunters, we did saw a beautiful line of fire attack. With that USP, they were able to get two players, and if I'm not wrong, straight up 3 rounds were there, or I guess 2 rounds were there for Demon Hunters in their advantage. And after that, for a single brief moment, it was Team Mavericks which was able to get the upper hand in the favor. But even then, I really believed that at that point the pressure was there from Demon Hunters, and Demon Hunters were obviously putting a lot of energy into their game. But all in all, in the later stages to be precise, we did thought that the strategies coming from Mavericks were working out. Maverick had a beautiful equalizing scenario in the first half, where they had the disadvantage of becoming the terrorist, and eventually when they became the terrorist, the counter-terrorist, to be honest, they were able to have a lot of control in the map.
absolutely. And the way they equalized the rounds, and then it was as you said that they had a really great advantage when it came to the CT side area of the map, the team Mavericks, and they actually delivered it really, really well. And teams need this victory, these semi-finals right here.
An amazing battle, an amazing fight, an amazing initiation coming to an end. To be honest, Demon Hunters definitely tried their level best. They had a lot of skills, no doubt in that. Because yesterday we did saw a beautiful amount of ding shots coming in from the guy known as Prometheus. But eventually, guys, it all falls down to the stage that you are going to fight and the enemy that you are going to fight. Because this is not one of those stages where you are going to witness the action in the qualifier and stuff like that. This is the semi-final, where obviously the best of the best are actually here. Well, now in the semifinals, Damon Hunter did everything that was there possible for them, but eventually it is the team known as Mavericks which is going to move forward for the grand finals. That is the first team which has qualified to that stage. I would love to see how Maverick is going to face off either Classic 5 or Extends, whichever is going to bag out the semifinal number 2. But other than that, yes, this battle was absolutely amazing. Off to a very good start for the day number 2 of this Community Cup CSGO Wingman competition presented by Alienware and McAfee Securities. But moving forward, the semifinals number 2 is what I'm waiting for right now, because the battle between Extents and Classic 5 will give us the opponent which will fight against the team known as Maverick. So yeah, Maverick can take the rest, but that rest is going to be quite anticipating, because they have to figure out they are actually at the venue, and this is a LAN event which is actually going to give them the advantage of just being on the backside, watching what Extents is doing and also what Classic 5 is doing, and get the strategies right. So it can help them a lot. I really believe that. But now moving forward to the schedule, we'll get to have an idea which is the match and which are the matches that were kind of scheduled for the day. So for the starters, if I'm not wrong, it was Team Demon Hunters versus Mavericks, where a clean sweep came in from Mavericks' perspective. Now the champions of the clean sweeps are also there in the second semifinals, and that is Team Extens. I would love to see how Extens is going to perform, because this is the semifinals. I can actually adhere to the fact that in the semifinals things can be quite drastic for the team. But Classic 5 on the hindsight is actually one of those teams which won the battle against Elo 18, if I'm not wrong, by having the OTs. So that is going to be one more crucial fact that we have to count in, because Extens was winning by clean sweeps, and the other team, Classic 5, came here by winning the OTs and going to the decider, to be precise. So that really shows that Extens is the one team which can capsize on the fewer amount of maps and be a little bit more aggressive when it comes to their advantage areas. So that can help them a lot. It's a best of three. I would love to see how they're going to play. But eventually, guys, remember the grand finals is going to be a best of five. No maps will be banned. It's all about the sequence, which is the first map, which is the last map. That is the sequence that is going to come in. But all in all, this is the schedule for the day.
Absolutely. And talking about the next matchup, that is between Extends and Classic 5, it is actually going to be pretty interesting, because we know for a fact that both teams have both the players as heavy hitters. For now, we just talked that how AK was actually supporting Prometheus in the aim battles or in the strategies. He was being the support players, and at times he did do the heavy lifting part, the part where he had to take those entry, take those aim battles. But now for these remaining teams, including the team that just won, we know for a fact that all of the players, both the players of the team, in fact, are the ones who are capable of taking those entry frags. Talking about Team Classic 5, we already saw Sandy playing the best performance, and then with his teammate Debs also coming towards the next team, that is Extends. We had Kratos and Bloody J. Well, Kratos, for the second matchup, he did sort of play that support role, we can say, uh being there for his teammate. But in the first map, if you remember, Kratos was just going there, finishing off Billy Gang like it was nothing. So yes, we have the cracked aimers now left in this competition, and I think the next fight, that is actually going to be a neck to neck battle.
Well, definitely it could be. But guys, remember, get ready for an intense online gaming experience, because the Esports Club is proud to present the Alienware and McAfee Presents Community Cup CSGO event. This is a 2v2 tournament, as we were talking about earlier in the stages. And if you are new to it, make sure to like, share, and subscribe. Either you are watching us on Dell India or on the Esports Club. Make sure to like, share, and subscribe, so that many more tournaments that are bound to happen are going to come for you guys. And eventually it was a 2-day tournament. Yesterday we did saw 4 BO3s, if I'm not wrong. That was the qualifiers for the 17 or 16 teams which are registered in this particular LAN event. And talking about the LAN event, this tournament platform for the LAN event is provided to us by the first ever Dell Gaming store in India at Arrow Place in Delhi. But all about we'll talk about it a little bit later. But let's talk about the brackets as well, so that we can have an idea how it all started and where it is going for now. But moving forward, in the start, we have multiple teams like God Slayer, Elo 18, Kalankal, Reborn, Mavericks, Infor, Tech Bonus, OK, Extens, Billy Gang, Ecstasy, Arepur, DC Peak, and then eventually we had Classic 5. So these were multiple teams which were there, but out of those teams, Demon Hunters, Elo 18, Kalankal, Mavericks, Team OK, Extens, and Arepur, along with Classic 5, were able to qualify for the quarterfinals. And then eventually today we did saw the first semifinals, where Demon Hunters and Mavericks fought off. Mavericks with the clean sweep is going to go for the grand finals, as we can see right now. And then again, the second semifinals, or should I say the only semifinal that we are left with, is going to be between Extens and Classic 5. So this battle, it's going to be really crucial. As AK said, that it's going to be a neck-to-neck competition. And I also kind of do think that it is going to be a neck-to-neck competition, although um, I'll go with Extens, I believe. Extens is one of those teams which might actually back out this particular match, because they were getting the clean sweeps. They were a little bit more aggressive. On the hindsight, Classic 5 was winning their matches by getting the OTs, getting the deciders, showing us the comeback. So, yes, I can say that Extens is the team which can set up the score. On the hindsight, Classic 5 is the team which is known as the comeback kings, maybe. So, they can come back. They can put up the round to the decider. The third round, to be precise, could actually come in the third map, if I'm not wrong. Could actually come in, and with that, they might actually back out the semifinals map 2, semifinals round 2, to be honest, in their favor. Although it's not going to be that easy, but then again, we have to see what happens. After a short break, we'll get to see how the semifinals number 2 is going to get started.
attraction towards new experiences is powerful. Alienware gear isn't made to resist that pull. It's made to accelerate it, to transport you to new places where you can embrace difference and leave familiar behind, bringing you ever closer to the ultimate experience. See you on the other side.
Well, I hope that break was enough because indeed we are back at Alienware and McAfee Presents Community Cup CSGO of 2v2 Wingman competition, and eventually at this point, four BO3s have been passed for the qualifiers round, and eventually one semifinals is already done, which was also a BO3. Now moving forward to the semifinals round two, we have to see what extents, and I believe Team Classic 5 is going to put up as a show. And after that, we'll get to see which is the particular team which is going to move forward to the grand finals as well. But all in all, moving forward to the map video so that we can get an idea about the particular situation of the maps that we are going to see. Boyard is again getting banned. Lake is actually banned by Team Extents, and Cobblestone is going to be the particular map that is going to be there for the first
Finally.
map, Classic 5. Yeah, finally Cobblestone is there. And then Short Dust, and after that, Chalice is going to be the decider. But I really believe decider is going to be one thing I have to watch out for, because decider, I don't think so. It's going to be that easy for Classic 5 or maybe for Extents to actually go for that. Clean sweeps might be the meta for the semifinals, but moving forward, Boyard and Lake are already out of the competition. So Classic 5, let's see how they're going to start in the Cobblestone as a terrorist.
Well, absolutely, it is going to be a sight to see. We have seen both of these teams perform really, really well on their aim, on their coordination, and on their strategies. But now, finally, we will witness a match on the map of Cobblestone. And let's not waste any time. Let's just go right into it in the first map of Cobblestone in this second semi-finals.
All right, here it is. The map is already getting started. Cobblestone is going to be the map with only one bomb site. We definitely have to see how the fights are going to get there. But eventually, at this point, Kratos and Bloody J are there to represent Team Excellence and Classic V. We have Sandy and Debs. We definitely had some beautiful insight onto the players coming, like Sandy and Debs. They were trying their level best to get some good points. Now, Sandy is already getting compromised, but Debs is already done. Bloody J finds out the first beautiful ding shot that was there from his corner. So moving forward, I believe Sandy could be the next one. But if it is possible, Sandy would love to go for a 1v2 situation. He has got the C4 in his hand. He's approaching the same side where the other guy was taken down. So it's going to be a hefty decision for him to actually go with. But then again, the shots are there. Then again, he's trying to damage out the players. Here's the damages there onto one guy that is going to be Bloody J. Look at his HP. Just 2 HP left. Kratos with 22. Well, there is no other side to go ahead and rotate for. So that's definitely going to help the other team, that is going to be Team Extends, to gatekeep and maybe shut down the player. That's exactly what they're trying to do. One good shot onto the guy known as Bloody J could end him. And on the hindsight, when it comes to Sandy, he has got 100% of his HP, which is actually going to help him a lot. But he's about to get spotted very soon. But what a 1v2 from Sandy! That was hefty, man. That was hefty.
Amazing performance right there. The way he just shuts them down, clutches it out for his team. And we were already talking about this player, and he has indeed delivered it to us right here. With that said, we have Classic 5 winning first round, and now they have the momentum, they have the weaponry advantage. Is going to move in towards the side. Sandy once again taking that first kill onto Kratos, planting the C4 right now. And then we have Bloody J from the side of Extends in a 1 versus 2, trying to get some headshots, get some things, but he won't be able to, as Depths will shut him down right there. With that said, we quickly move on towards third round, where finally we can see Team Extends taking a bye. 2 M4A4s, 1 incendiary grenade available with Bloody J. So let's see how they are actually going to move into this round. Well, they might have just modded the first area. Yes, they will. With that said, they actually have some sort of control towards the side of Team
What?
India. But Sandy, he has a different story to tell us about it. He flanks around Kratos, takes him down. Bloody J gets a beautiful trade. And we have a 1 versus 1 right now between Debs and Bloody J. As we say, Debs is slowly moving forward. Mac 10 close range weapon. Bloody J swings around and deals a lot of damage there. But now both of them have the information, but Debs will get the better of Bloody J here. This was actually going in the hand of Extends with that long range advantage, but somehow Debs still converts it and secures yet another round for his team.
Up another round in the favor of Team Classic P. They are already starting off quite well. Classic 5 is actually having multiple advantages, but right now the aggression is going to come. But before that, look at the damage through the smoke. There was another shot coming in. What is happening? Classic 5 is actually on a roll. Extensions are suffering at this point. I was thinking that Extens is going to be the team which is going to completely deny the fact that Classic 5 was getting to the deciders and stuff like that. But seems like that somebody is practicing at the home. Classic 5 is definitely having their moment at this point. They're having their momentum, they're having their advantage. They decided to pick this map and they are already rolling out with it. Look at the tags that they are coming up with. Wow,
Oh
what
my
was that? In just mere 10 to 15 seconds around getting over.
They are just absolutely dominating right now. I mean, Xens, they have to change the pace themselves, and I think they have decided to as well. As I can see Bloody J getting that op in his hands. Well, this is going to be interesting. Let's see if he actually gets the right angle. Moving towards the chicken coop here. He just might get Sandy as he peeks around, but no, Sandy swings and shuts Bloody J down. Well, that's the op out of the hand now. Kratos surviving in a 1 versus 2 with just an MP9, a close range weapon, and Sandy will move around, will take him down as well. And Classic 5, they are not even letting Extend breed into the rounds.
No space whatsoever, that's it. 6 to 0 is already here right now. Moving forward to see what happens eventually in the 7th round. A lot of pressure is there. Fortunately, Team Extens is just trying to deal the damage, but on the other corner. But right now, look at that. Bloody J once again gets taken down to Kratos. He will be the last hope for the team. Already, Bloody J is not happy with the performance that he is showcasing at this point, but look at the angles that the counter terrorists are forced to play with. Well, as a counter terrorist, you never go to the spawns like where the terrorists are going to get spawned and eventually play with it. But right now, that is the kind of forcing situation that is there. Kratos finds the first pick, and that's going to be Debs. But right now, Sandy the heavy hitter is already alive, and Sandy is just picking up the pace, and Kratos is way too damaged up at this point. Just one good shot onto his face, and that could be it. I really believe this is going to be a 7-0 situation coming in. It's going to be very tough. If we see a ding shot coming on Sandy, then only the things can change. But a ding shot with an M4, I guess that's kind of a decent thing to actually have. But then again, the damage is not going to be that ample. So moving forward, Sandy is waiting. Has got the armors, has got the C4 in his hand. So nothing to be worried about. He just have to just keep the last player that is there. Sandy is just trying to focus and maybe shift his performance a bit. He again spots. Ooh, the damage was there. Look at that, 12 HP. That's all he had. But still, it's a 7-0.
Absolutely, as you mentioned that the damage from M4, the headshot from M4 is not going to be enough to kill off Sandy, as Kratos was already surviving on just 13 HP, and it was just one bullet was enough to shut him down right there.
Oh, another push, another rampage. Kratos finds one. That's step, and now Sandy is also going to get taken down. Finally, Extens found the grip in this particular game, and that's amazing. But to be honest, now the rounds are going to get shifted. I mean, we are switching to the second half, where Extens is going to become the terrorist, and eventually Classic P is going to have the advantage of this arena as a counter terrorist. I really believe this could actually end the story because since they will struggle a bit, the way they were actually putting up a show in a 1v1, I really believe while they will be pushing, Classic K can easily guard them and eventually shut them down. That's the case I would love to see on. And look at that, look at that, look at that. Ding shot is awaited. Yes, the shot was there. Takes one, takes another. 8-1. That means we are at the match point. It might be the quickest round, to be honest, in the whole Community Cup at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. He just patiently waits there, reads the moves of their opponents, and just shuts them down right then and there. I mean, that actually took like, I don't know, 8 or 10 seconds that match, maybe. But yeah, as we go
Yeah.
forward, Bloody, he was trying to connect those shots with his Mac 10, the spray coming in, but that is not going to be enough. As Sandy, he is just moving in
Oh, that's it.
and will shut down the last player. In fact, Debs is going to be the one putting the final nail in the coffin. With that said, we already have this map finished off. I mean, we finally get to see Cobblestone, but it's almost like as we didn't even see anything. Like, I don't know, was that even 10 minutes or so? Because those were
I
10
don't think
rounds,
so.
yes, but I don't think that was 10
Yeah.
minutes even. So yeah, I mean, the first map actually goes into the hands of Classic 5 just like that.
Classic 5 was absolutely amazing when it comes to their precision, when it comes to their control of the map, and they were so hefty when it comes to their aggression that was just completely putting up a stop onto the rampage, or should I say, the counter strategies that were there from the other team, which was trying their level best at this point to exist in the game. Existence is the name. But moving forward to the highlights, we'll get to see what was happening and how it all went down. Because to be honest, from the start till the end, there was a beautiful control coming in from Classic Team, not for even a single second. It was Team Extens which was getting the advantage. As we did saw in the 8th round, if I'm not wrong, that Extens had their own victorious fight. And the 8th round, where before the switch happened to the second half, but eventually when the second half came in, we already had that kind of idea that Classic P was absolutely good when it comes to the carried advantage. Well, they will be the counter players. They will be easily able to have the control, and that's exactly what happened. Initially, in the first 6 rounds, we did saw beautiful control coming in. Uh, be it the area of chicken coop, be it the area of a bomb site B, or be it the area of a spawn for the terrorists, wherever Extens was trying to rotate in, every now and then they were getting shut down by the team known as Classic 5, and that is the kind of game that we were expecting from them. Well, definitely there was beautiful anticipation coming in from the other guy like Kratos. Was trying every now and then to get some good spirits for the team, but still, it was not enough to be honest, because from the other team, Debs and Sandy, both of them are doing the heavy lifting, but I guess somewhere around the synergy is not working out today for the team known as Extens. But yes, the first map is done. Second one will be more crucial at this point. Chalice or Shortest is going to be the map, if I'm not wrong. So definitely looking forward to see which is the map and what kind of picks will be there in this particular map.
Well, yes, absolutely. The next map, in fact, is Short Dust, and we have already seen Kratos and Bloody J performing really, really well there. We have seen their confidence as well and the aim fights that they take. So let's actually see if they are going to make the comeback in this 1-0 situation.
Well, gaining the advantage of the second map is not going to be that easy for sure, because the way the aggression for Team Classic 5 was there, I really believe Extens is going to have a very tough time to give even a single round um, in their favor. So, looking forward to see how they will play. And talking about the decider, I really believe Chalice is not going to be the map that we are going to witness. It could be a clean sweep coming in, and just think about the battle that will be there in the grand finals, because both of the teams getting the clean sweeps in the semifinals are going to move forward to the grand finals, and then eventually I believe the deciders and the OSDs are going to be there, because that battle that will be absolutely amazing. But the way Classic 5, Sandy, Dips are playing, it is going to be hefty for the other guy like Extens to come up with some good points. Bloody J and Kratos, they definitely have to put up their A game at this point, otherwise they are going to get eliminated. Coming this far was not an easy journey to be honest, but right now there is again a big challenge for them to bag out the semifinals, and after that bag out the grands as well in their favor. But yes, Classic Pie wanted to have the advantage of a map, and they have already got a map advantage, but Extens have chosen this map, and Extens is going to go as a T-sided team in this particular map, and now they're trying to put up a control. Extens every now and then usually goes to go very aggressive and eventually gets the plan done, and that's exactly what they're trying to do. Bloody J finds one. Not a lot of damage to be honest, but a very beautiful ding coming in from Sandy as a repercussion. What was that,
Oh,
Sandy? What a beautiful ding shot. Multiple dings are coming in, and Sandy is now happy. And in the back end, we can already see the terrorist is roaming around beyond the counter terrorist.
Oh my god, Sandy, what was that? That was absolutely demonic right there coming from Sandy. I mean, he just pops one head, goes around, swings around, takes another, and absolutely amazing. I mean, I'm literally out of words right now of that shot. But then again, we have to continue the game. With that said, Classic 5, they are actually looking very, very confident. And in fact, this player Sandy is looking exceptionally confident right now. But as we say that, we have extends coming around the catwalk, and they just timing off that player towards the car. That is going to be Sandy right now. But Depsy is coming in for some kind of assist, but Bloody, he will take him down. That too blinded by the flash from Sandy, which leaves Sandy in a 1 versus 2 situation. He has the kit, he has the utilities, and he will get one frag onto Kratos as well. Catches him off guard, and now we have Bloody J against Sandy, with Bloody J surviving only on 12 HP after those fights, and Sandy will find the right angle onto him
Bro,
and will connect his last shot as well. Upgrades to a Khalil, gives it to his opponent, and he is just absolutely happy with his own performance right now.
Sandy is a beast. If you unleash him, you are going to get rampaged down, and that's exactly what is happening. Sandy, despite of not having the adequate amount of HP, he was able to shut down Kratos, and after that, Bloody J, which already had a lot of diminishing amount of HP in his favor, got shut down. And once again, Depths is getting taken down. Now Sandy has to do the heavy lifting again. What is happening, guys? What is happening to Depths? Because every now and then, he's just forcing his teammate to go all in, become the star of the game. That's exactly what he's trying to become. Now moving forward, look at that. Sandy is it's going to wait quite patiently because the approach for the terrorists is also quite different. Terrorists are now trying to get the frags first of all and then eventually go for the plant, but that is actually not going to help him a lot. At this point, Sandy has already made his way to the site. He's already going to be a little bit more chaotic here right now. And whenever the plant noise is going to come in, I think the shifts of the aggression will be there. That was a fake plant. That was a fake plant, but eventually the plant is going to be there. But before that, he gets shot down by Bloody J with a gullet in his hand. A ding shot came in. Finally, an answer to the classic E's rampage is there from Extents.
Absolutely. Finally, we have a round. I mean, it's just not this round coming in this map, but after those so many rounds lost in the previous one as well, it feels like a sigh of relief for Extends as they are getting those early rounds right now. Well, talking about the approach right here, we have actually Debs going on for a CZ and armor. Well, that is quite the combination. I mean, if you talk about this game about from now, like 4 years behind from now, CZ was an absolute beast of a gun. You know, you could one tap an opper from long range with CZ, but now it's just not that effective after the nerfs coming in. So it just kind of, this combination reminded me of that time. Nevertheless, we will just move on with the game that is actually going on right now. Talking about the players from Extends, they have actually taken the control of stairs and are slowly walking in, making their way towards the side from the side of tunnel. As we can see, Bloody J checking those
Yeah.
corners, checking those angles for the players, and in fact, spots one, tries to connect the spray, and Molly is it there. Well, the Molly is not absolutely perfect because Sandy is around the corner as well. He will swing and will shut down Kratos right there, who was planting the C4, leaving Bloody J in a 1 versus 2 situation. And this is not looking good for him as Debs. He is also rotating around the corner, repositioning himself, trying to make some sort of crossfire with his teammate Sandy. And Bloody J, he is confused. 7 seconds on the clock. He has to go and stick the plan. Deb spots him and is waiting for the perfect time. Beats his teammate a little, but then again gets the frag. So that's the round for Team Classic 5 there.
I mean, it's a whole part and parcel of the game, waiting your own teammate and eventually getting the right opportunity. At the end, if you are able to have the round in your favor, that's all matters at this point. So yes, that's exactly what happened. Debs with a beautiful comeback in the game was able to get a beautiful round, but now Bloody J with the op. That's interesting. That's interesting. I have to see how it's going to be a favorable thing for this guy. But already the counter terrorists have made their own way to the site, so definitely that A side is now going to get contested. And the guy with the C4, that's going to be, if I'm not wrong, Kratos, is waiting with the Glock in his hand, forced by coming into the play. But moving forward, let's see how the game is going to get implicated. Because the player known as Sandy is going to aggress a bit. Well, he's about to receive a ding. He's about to receive a ding. But before that, he gives a shot, a body shot to Kratos. And Kratos gets celebrated because he was not having, if I'm not wrong, any kind of Kevlar, any kind of armor, to be honest. But now moving forward, Bloody J is the last man standing. Does not have the C4, but has got the op, has got the God gun at this point. But let's see how he's going to perform with it. Spots a player, was able to take down Debs, and with that, Sandy and the other guy that's going to be Bloody J are now at the confrontation. What Sandy is going to do is rotate a bit from the stairs, be in the locking areas, and then eventually come up with some good fights. But Bloody J is going to move on for the C4 and then eventually come up with a plan because 20 seconds are left. Thus, 20 seconds are there right now. But these 20 seconds are going to be really, very crucial for the guy known as Classic B. For the team known as Sandy, to be precise, Sandy finds once again and gets a beautiful ding. 4-1. Classic B is again getting the control of the game.
Well, somewhere down the line, it actually seemed that Bloody J just might touch it, but then again, the timing was not in his favor, and he just had to go and stick into that plant, which did not favor him at all. With that said, we are actually moving towards the next round, where we can see a lot of utilities being exchanged, and Team Classic 5 just absolutely shutting them down within seconds using those utilities. They just didn't leave any gap for them to survive there. I mean, it was either pushing them and they had the weapons welcoming them, or they just had to burn in the mollies.
Sandy is way too happy with his performance, and eventually we are also, because the way he's performing, the way his team is getting the frags is absolutely amazing. Look at Sandy, he's just swinging his mollies and release here and there, but he knows that he can oppress the player quite a bit, and that's exactly what he's trying to go for. Bloody J is already making his move to the side along with the other guy, but there is going to be a backstab coming in for sure. There is going to be a backstab, and that is Sandy who is going to come up with that backstab, and eventually when that backstab comes in, things won't be that fruitful for the team known as Extents, and Extents is already trying their level best to get an idea. Debs on the hindsight gets countered. Sandy has got the idea where the players are, But despite of actually putting up a show, he will be able to get the advantage out of the game. And look at that! What a battle, man! What a battle! 6-1. What is happening to Extens? They're not even getting a single chance. That is the team which was getting the clean sweeps in the previous two BO3s that we did saw yesterday, if I'm not wrong. But today, look at the side getting reversed. Because today, the Uno reverse is there, and eventually it is the team known as a Classic 5 which is getting the multiple advantages, getting the clean sweeps. I believe very soon the clean sweep might come in. But before that, Extens finally, once again showcase their strength. But guys, remember now the sides have been switched, and the terrorists are going to be the team known as Classic V. Again, they might just get the advantage out of it.
Absolutely. And as soon as the half got ended, I mean, Debs was happier on losing the round than Team Extends players were on winning the round. But then again, they know they are in the good lead, and it is somewhat terrorist siding favoring map. So, yes, they do have a pretty good scoreline, the team of Classic 5, and they just might play to the merit of this situation. As we can see, Debs, he's just holding his corner, and Bloody J making the mistake, not looking at the right angles. With that said, we have Kratos actually surviving with a P2K towards the side of this tunnel, and in a 1 versus 2 situation, as Classic 5 players, they are just absolutely roaming in, going for that hunt, and Sandy, he actually spots him, one taps him, close range clock, and a bit of teabagging. We can see they are just absolutely enjoying themselves right now, a bit of banter, but then again, they do have that lead of one map and of 5 rounds now, with another round coming in of a huge weaponry advantage, because they have won the round and they might just invest directly into those rifles as well.
But even before the round gets started, I believe we have already a big loss coming in. Kratos is already done and dusted. Now it's all about Bloody J. He's moving in with pistols and the SMGs, I believe. But he will be able to get one or two plays, if I'm not wrong. Gets one,
Ah,
but eventually gets retaliated by Sandy. What a beautiful fight that is. We have the match point right now, guys. Just one more round, and then we'll move on to the grand finals, because that round can decide who's going to become the winner. Kratos is already out of the equation. In the replay, you did saw how beautiful that initiation was, but eventually Sandy was able to give the answer back, give the retaliation. So now moving forward, I'm looking forward to see what Debs is going to do. Once again, another 1v1 coming to the play. Debs get decimated. And it's all about Sandy with the gun in his hand. He's pushing forward. Will get the advantage of placing one player out of the equation. That was Bloody J, if I'm not wrong. Kratos on the hindsight is still going to survive. The bomb is yet to be planted. Now Kratos has got the idea where the player might actually rotate from. So he's going to push forward a bit. But I believe Sandy is just going to focus a bit more on the plantation, and once the plantation is done, he might be able to bounce back a bit. But Sandy wants to go for an all-in aggressive approach. He's checking out all those angles where the players were hiding previously in the previous fights. So Kratos have to be ready for that answer as well. Gun in hand. Okay, the guns are getting switched, but
ah,
yes, it's done. Classic 5 versus the Team Mavericks is what we are going to see in the grand finals, because Classic 5, what a victorious match they had, a 9-1 if I'm not wrong in the first map, and eventually 9-2 in the second one. So be it Cobblestone, be it the other map, it is going to be the team known as the Team Classic 5 which is going to get the classic advantage out of it. So what an amazing battle, man. Indeed, what a beautiful pick coming in from this team. I was surprised to see the way Mavericks were performing against Demon Hunters, but eventually I'm even more surprised right now to see how Sandy and his teammates, I mean, Classic 5 was performing against their own mortal enemy, and that was the team known as, um, I believe, that particular team tried their level best, but eventually it was not that enough. They were trying their level best to circumcise and eventually get the advantage out of it, but those strategies were not working out. So for Classic V, getting this advantage against Extens was absolutely amazing, because Extens was one of those teams I'm emphasizing once again, which was getting the clean sweeps in the previous history, if you talk about that. But eventually, today, those clean sweeps are not going to be there. It's a Uno reverse card coming into the play where the clean sweeps are there for another team, and that is Classic V. So both of those teams which have backed out the semifinals 1 and semifinals 2 respectively are getting the clean sweeps, and those clean sweeping teams are now going to move forward in a best of 5 battle, which will be the grand finals. But before that, let's talk about this particular map, and we are going to move on the match highlights as well.
absolutely. And the way Classic 5 has just started off into the game, with Sandy coming in, popping those heads with his USP, taking the right frags. Look at that headshot. Like, oh my god. And then it was just a streak of rounds coming in the favor of Classic 5, just consecutively, in Sandy again and again delivering for his team, fragging the hell out of his opponents right there, that is Team Extends. And talking about Team Extends, Raider, we actually, I mean, I think both of us actually had pretty much high expectations from this team after watching their gameplay
Yeah,
from the last day, as they were clean sweeping their opponents, as you mentioned. And today they just looked absolutely helpless in front of Sandy,
yeah.
particularly, I would say, because Debs did get his aim battles right. I mean, he was taking those 1v1 frags, he was actually winning those 1v1 aim duels, but Sandy was actually not even giving him the chance to take those battles in the first place. So we cannot even talk about Debs right now. I mean, Debs, if the team Maverick is watching this gameplay, Debs is already going to be a hidden factor for that team, because we couldn't
Yeah.
even see Debs actually going forward, because Sandy was already playing that role, and it was just him playing that role at the absolute perfection. So that was there. And I think, talking about this best of three, I don't think it was like combining both of the maps, I don't think it was more than even 15 minutes. So I think this was the fastest best of three in this 2v2 Wingman Community Cup that we
For
have
sure.
seen so far, which is kind of actually amazing for the side of Team Classic 5, because imagine the boost up, the momentum, the confidence that they are going in towards the grand finals right now against Mavericks.
Well, I'm thinking what Maverick is thinking at this point, because Maverick would have been thinking like this match is going to go for like an hour and a half an hour. We're going to have some breaks and stuff like that. But no, that is not the case. It was absolutely hefty the way these guys were performing. But all in all, we had around about 17 teams, if I'm not wrong. From there, we had 8 teams in the quarterfinals, and then we had Demon Hunters and Mavericks in the semifinals, one where Mavericks came up with a clean sweep with a scoreline of 9-6 and 9-5 approximately in both of the maps. When it comes to the second semifinals today, it was Extends versus Classic 5, where the scoreline was 9-1 in the Cobblestone and 9-2 in the next map that they played. So Classic 5 also came up with a beautiful clean sweep in their favor. And now moving forward, Mavericks versus Classic 5 is going to be the grand finals that we are going to wait. So that is the one thing that we were waiting from the start of this initiation, to see those two teams, to see any two teams which are actually on top, to be honest. But these are two teams which are currently on top, and that is Mavericks and Classic 5. Mavericks also had the clean sweep. Classic 5 also had the clean sweeps, but we have to remember the fact that Mavericks were not able to control that much the way Classic 5 was able to control the Team Extends, their opponent, to be honest. And Mavericks was able to back up the victory after having a struggle to 9-6 rounds, and then eventually 9-5 rounds. But eventually, if I talk about Classic 5, the most amount of rounds their opponent had was just 2 rounds. So in 11 and 10 rounds respectively, this team was able to end the whole story. So that really showcases the talent that is there from Classic 5's perspective. Moving forward, how Classic 5 is going to perform in the grand finals is the biggest question whatsoever right now. But I believe Mavericks has to be ready. If Mavericks would have been there in that LAN event premises, they would have been learning a lot from Sandy and the other guy, that is going to be Debs. They had to learn what strategies they are using, how they're going to play. But to be honest, if you ask me, the strategies were not there. It was all about the gun games. Sandy every now and then was trying to just go aggressive, just trying to get the picks, and it can backfire. To be honest, it can backfire onto him when it comes to the players of Maverick. When they are going to perform, they are the one strategy team. We have seen them using a lot of strategies, be it the map of Chalice or the short dust or the cobblestone. Every now and then, they have shown their talents while using the strategies, and that is one of those reasons why they are actually at this location, being in the top two teams. To be honest, so for the particular team known as Classic 5, they have to watch out for Mavericks. They have to figure out the right strategy. They have to get the roles right so that they can move forward as a victorious team and get the goodies in their favor, and eventually win this Alienware and McAfee presents the Community Cup of CSGO 2v2 Wingman.
Absolutely. And talking about this Community Cup, to all the viewers who are joining us now, I would like to remind you that this cup, this Community Cup, Wingman Community Cup, is actually taking place live at the LAN of India's first ever Dell Gaming store. You can just walk in and participate in the event, play the games yourself on the first flagship devices from Alienware, and you can actually check out on the great hands-on deals that Dell and Alienware has to offer you. Each and every one of you who are living around the area at Nehru Place in Delhi, you can check the store out. You can walk in easily, and to those who are actually not there, you can just check out the links in the description to get the details about the devices and the peripherals that are being offered by Alienware. So yeah, even if you're not there, it is going to be a win-win situation for you. And talking about this win-win situation, well, I don't think it is going to be a win-win situation for either of the teams, because as you mentioned that Classic 5 have to look out for Mavericks, but then again, Mavericks too have to look out for Classic 5 as well. I mean, it is going to be one heck of a competition. Well, the point here is that we were already discussing something similar about this matchup between Extends and Classic 5 as well, but that was not the case. So let's see how things are going to pan out, and we will watch that shortly after this break.
we can run away. You say you wanna do. You wanna go back, wanna go back. You wanna go back to a place where we can hide. You wanna stay there, wanna stay there. You wanna stay there, we can leave it, pay me high. Don't you wanna
attraction towards new experiences is powerful. Alienware gear isn't made to resist that pull. It's made to accelerate it, to transport you to new places where you can embrace difference and leave familiar behind, bringing you ever closer to the ultimate experience. See you on the other side.
Well, after a short break, indeed, we are back at Alienware and McAfee Presents Community Cup of CSGO 2v2 Wingman, and my name is Jada. Along with me is AK614, and today we are finally going to reach out to the grand finals, and eventually we have got two teams out of the 16 or 17 teams which have registered for this LAN event, which is thankfully provided to us by the first ever Dell Gaming store in India, that is at Nehru Place in Delhi. So moving onwards, let's talk about the details of this grand finale. We have, if I'm not wrong, Classic 5 versus Mavericks. These two teams are absolutely amazing because in the semifinals they had the clean sweeps, they had the opportunity of facing off some talented opponents, but then again they were the one team which was actually kind of quite fruitful. And moving forward, I would love to see in this best of five which is that particular team who is going to pack out the Dell goodies and also become the champion of this community cup of CSGO 2v2. It's not going to be an easy fate to win, but then again, well, after a struggle of 1.5 days, I believe the journey is coming to an end very soon.
Absolutely, and we do really have high expectations from this grand final right now because, as already a reader mentioned, that both of these teams have whitewashed their opponents straight away in the semi-finals. I mean, we obviously expect that after going through round of 16, round of 8, that is the quarterfinals, teams have enough caliber in them to actually take the good fights. But here, these two teams, that is Mavericks and Classic 5, they actually destroyed their opponents in the semifinals, and we can actually take a look at the schedule as well.
Well, from the start, we had close to 16 teams, and out of that, we had teams like Demon Hunter, CeeLo 18, Kalankal, Mavericks, Team OK, Excellence, and then a report in Classic 5. And out of those 8 teams, we got in the semifinals Demon Hunters, Mavericks, Excellence, and Classic 5. Now, well, now Demon Hunters and Excellence have already lost their rounds, to be precise, in the semifinals. That was the best of three. They had two opportunities, they had to go to the overtimes. They could have gone to the overtimes, to be honest, but eventually that was not the case. All in all, now we have two teams, that is Mavericks and Classic 5. Both of them have won their own respective place in the grand finals by bagging out the clean sweeps in their favor. Extens was known to be the team which was having a lot of clean sweeps in their favor, but to be honest, now we can say Classic 5 and Mavericks are the two teams which were the most opportunistic, and they were showing their signs when it was needed the most in the semifinals, to be honest. Now they have bagged out the place for the grand finals, and in this grand finals, obviously, it's going to be a tough one for them. No bans will come in because it's a best of five, but yes, map veto is there. Let's see which are the particular maps we are going to see for the first time. Well, Lake is going to get picked up by Classic 5 for the first time, and we are going to see the initiation of this battle as a T-sided team for Classic 5 in the Lake, and then Cobblestone will be there. After that, Dust is going to be there, Chalice and Boyard. Both of those maps, which have been repeated n number of times in this particular CSGO 2v2, is actually on the backside, like on the fourth and fifth map. So I'm actually excited for that. I would love to see how Lake is going to pan out, then Cobblestone, how it is going to be fruitful for the teams, and then eventually we'll talk about Short Dust. It's absolutely a beautiful map.
Indeed, and we have actually seen Mavericks play on the map of Lake, and now once again Classic 5 has in fact picked this Lake map. Before, it was Demon Hunters that played an absolute beautiful game on this map, but then Mavericks best them out, and now Classic 5 is showing the confidence to pick this map up against their opponents Mavericks, who have also shown a brilliant performance on this map. After coming that, we have Cobblestone with us, where we have already seen Sandy play some good shots, but without wasting any more time, we will just go directly into the map of Lake, of this best of 5 grand finals of this amazing community cup that is being presented by Alienware and McAfee, taking place live at the India's first Dell Gaming store.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, finally we are at that moment which we were waiting for from the start of this event, and we are in the grand finals. The initiation is there. Broken finds a beautiful ding on depths, and now it's all about Shady. Sandy, to be precise, how he's going to come up with the battle is going to be the big question for now. As a terrorist, this guy with the Glock can absolutely be phenomenal, putting up some good shots onto the player, but still not enough to put them down completely. everything was absolutely amazing. But finally, seems like that Broken could be shut down. Broken is actually at a very low HP. Yes, Broken has been taken down, but from the hindsight, there is going to be Jenwu who is going to push forward, and if he spots him, it will be tremendous. And that's exactly
Yeah.
what happened. Jenwu was able to take down Sandy, and finally, the first round, or should I say, the first round of this first map of the first grand finals, or the only grand finals to be precise, of this event is already getting started. And with its on Maverick being fruitful in this one. And Classic P on the other corner is actually struggling a bit, but I really think that if Depths is going to survive a bit, I really think that it's going to be an easy victory for the team known as Classic P. But well, Sandy has been picked off, and now it's all about Depths. He has been able to plant the bomb. Nothing fruitful because Broken and Genry were able to find their own opening, and Depths has been taken down. Now the diffuser will come in. They don't have the kits, I believe, but then again, they don't need the kits because there is enough time, well, more than 10 seconds to be honest, so that they can defuse the bomb, and that's exactly what they're trying to do. So back to back 2 rounds in the favor. Classic P is now actually going to struggle a bit, but I really think that they can come back, they can bounce back in the later rounds.
Well, indeed, that is going to be a matter to watch right now. But the good news is that they actually secured the plant, so they have the economy to get those better guns. That is AK-47 on both Depths and Sandy, and they have the utilities, smokes and mollies that they need. Talking about Mavericks approach, they are actually moving around the house from the waters and in fact the lake, and they will take down the Broken, will take down Depths right then and there, leaving Sandy in a 1 versus 2. Has actually rotated around the whole map coming towards the CT spawn, and Jan Wu, oh my god, he had that short range SMG, still decided to go for that peak for information. And look at Sandy trying to cruise around the map with his movements, but for now he has to move in, go for the C4 plant, and he will smart Janwu through the smoke, will connect his headshot, the second one in this round, and will confirm the round for his team. Well, as we were talking about Classic 5 getting back into the game, Sandy is already looking quite up for it, Trader.
I mean, that's the X Factor we were talking about, and initially, if I'm not wrong, Sandy is one of those X Factors which can easily help the Team Classic 5 to bag out this Grand Finals in the favor. But from the start, Sandy bags are broken, and on the hindsight, if I'm not wrong, Sandy has been traded off now. Debs and Janvu are the two players which are surviving. Janvu is absolutely tremendous when it comes to his own efforts, but he has to deal with Janu, and yeah, that's it. The damage is there, but not enough to be honest. The flash and the stuns are going to be utilized, but that's okay. I really believe that the anticipation of this particular fight has to be there. The bomb has yet to be planted because Sandy was the one which was picking the bomb in his favor, and he has been already eliminated. So this is actually going to be a troublesome situation for the guy, and he's going to get spotted. Well, his spottation is there. The shots are going in. Oh, Classic B finds a beautiful head, and that was a really good ding coming in from Tips. Well, we should not mistake Tips for a player who is not precise, because he is precise. He just have to find his own momentum, and now I believe he has got that momentum. 2-2. That means we are off to a very good equalizing standards at this point.
Absolutely, and this is something we talked about after the previous game, that Taps is going to be that surprising factor, as we did not see a lot from him. And talking about that, both of the players will be actually shut down with that fast push of 5-7 coming in, close range lethal weapon 5-7. That is, one headshot is all that is needed to kill an enemy with even the head armor available with them. So yes, that was pretty much the case. They did play to the merit of that particular weapon, that is 5-7. With that said, we actually have a quick round, and we are going into the sixth round of this first map. 3-2 is the scoreline. Mavericks finally getting the lead back, forcing Classic 5 to go pretty much on a weak buy, I would say, because Sandy, he has the AK-47 available with him, but no utilities whatsoever in depths. He is only having a P250, but both of the players have actually rotated around the CD spawn. Jan Wu reads it this time. He is not going to let Sandy get away with it right now, as he has seen this gameplay in the second round as well, or maybe the third round in fact. So now we actually have Debs in a 1 versus 2 situation, where he is actually just trying to get that kill. He has recovered the AK-47 from his teammate Sandy, but he needs actually more than that. He's in a 1v2 situation, 30 seconds remaining on the clock, so he has to go towards the house, while his opponent Broken has already rotated just around the corner of that rock, and will in fact get that kill quite easily on Deb, shutting him down, and once again providing that 2 rounds buffer to Team Mavericks.
At this point, definitely the struggle is there for Classic P. They are struggling at this point. Classic 5 is unable to find their own grassroots level. But I really believe that if the 4-4 situation is going to come in the first half with the equalizing of the groups that both of these teams is going to win is going to be the same, that will be absolutely amazing. And that's exactly what is happening. Janvu has been obstructed. He has been taken down. Broken becomes the last man standing of his team. Sandy is still surviving. Depths is still alive. The bomb planting is also going to be a much easier effort, I believe, coming into the play. But Broken, this guy can become the X factor for the team. All in all, this is the last and the final grand finals, or should I say, this is the last series of match that we are going to witness, guys. So hold on your breaths. We will get to see very soon who is the champion. Although there are many speculations, but then again, Broken moving forward, trying to get an angle, won't be able to be that successful because the bomb has been planted, the time is running out, has to come up with a defusal. Spots one,
Oh,
Sandy is going to be the one guy who has been shut down at this point. Now that wants to create angle so that he can shut down the player, but before that, he just have to play by the time. Because if I'm not wrong, Broken has got the defusal kit. So just 4 seconds, that's all he need to defuse the kit, defuse the bomb to be honest. But before that, Classic K is going to shut him down. That's an interesting fight.
absolutely. Just waits for it patiently. He knows his teammate is dead, but he knows as well that he is not sticking up to the plant. And when he gets the right opportunity, swings around, gets that kill, and secures yet another round for his team or for his wingman. That is Classic 5 and his wingman named Sandy. Well, let's see what they have in the back right now, as both of the teams are actually moving towards the mid area. And Broken actually spots Sandy through that track in the rock and shuts him down right then and there. With that said, we actually have Debs in a 1 versus 2, but he has actually rotated all around the house. Jan Wu and Broken both are in for a hunt, but Debs, he is trying to be sneaky. He is just trying to go around, find someone off guard, taking those angles slowly and steadily. But for now, nothing has been proven fruitful for him, as he's just looking around the corners, trying to get some sort of information or anything to actually work around with in this 1 versus 2 situation. And look at the positioning of his opponent. One is just right
Oh.
around there, and he will in fact get the kill. But Jan Wu, he is just too far away and so far away to be expected. But the C4 is still down, so that is a big problem. That is a huge problem for Debs right now, and he's also just surviving on 25 HP. Takes the knife out because there's no time remaining. And with that said, will walk in the crosshair of Jan Wu. 5-3 is the scoreline for this half, and a beautiful, beautiful round coming in from the side of Team Mavericks as they get the first fight and then play the last 1v1 to the absolute perfection and taking the advantage of the situation.
I believe at this time, after 8 rounds have been passed, after the first half is already done, somewhere around Mavericks have got an idea where they know that getting Sandy out is actually going to be really very important. That's exactly what they're trying to do. Although they won't be able to get an idea that who's Sandy and who's Depths at this point, but eventually, yes, they are trying to impact a lot. They're trying to actually get a lot of impacts onto the players. And USP round is already here. Broken has been taken down. Janvi on the other corner is also going to get contested. Depths comes up with a 1v2. We should not mistake Depths as a player who is just for the support. Whenever he wants to go aggressive, he goes, and whenever he wants to come up with some good results, he is able to give it out. But look at that, the guns are getting exchanged. We have got an M4, and along with that, we have also got an Simji coming into the play. But moving forward, if we're talking about Chanwu and Broken, Tech 9 and o'clock, I believe. But yeah, there we go. A beautiful shot. Chandy comes up with a 1v2,
Oh,
equalizing with his own teammate at this point. A 5-2-5. That's what we have. 10 rounds have been passed. Still no clue who is going to become the victor of this particular map. But the lake is absolutely amazing. This map is looking out in a very amazing aspect, and being a terrace is obviously going to be a little bit more uncomfortable for you because space is very open-ended. Whenever you are trying to rotate, when you are trying to figure out from which angle you are going to rotate and get the glorified fights in your favor. Broken on the other corner also has an idea where the player is, so that is why he's just trying to completely shift him around and maybe get the advantage out of it. Although it won't be easy, but he spots one. He's going to take Sandy down. Sandy is always one of those players who loves to go a little bit more aggressive, which loves to play a little bit more deeper in the enemy territory, and that's why he was taken down in this particular map as well. But now, in the 11th round, things won't be that easy for sure. But still, I believe the anticipation is there, the weight is there. Spots one is able to take one beautiful player out of the equation. That's going to be Teps versus Janwu. That's the battle that we are going to witness. Well, Janwu is ready. He knows where the location is, he knows where the player is, and he's trying to hunt him.
absolutely. But the patience that is required right here to not overpeak the angle by Debs, and the timing is not in his favor. He has to swing around, and oh my god, this is just so unfortunate for Debs. He was looking at the right angle. He goes in to take that utility out and loses the timing. I mean, that was the patience I was talking about. That you have to keep your aim there, and he just misses that by literally just a second. Anyways, the round with that set goes to Mavericks as the last player Janvu takes the kill on him, and now we actually have Sandy donning that scout right now, trying to get some kills. But Janvu, on the other hand, will shut down Debs, and both of the players of Mavericks have the final information that Sandy is towards the deeper side of CT spawn rocks, and he is actually moving towards mid, where Broken was actually ready to welcome him, but instead he ends up on the receiving end of the bullet. And oh my god,
What?
what is that
Seriously?
from Sandy? He just randomly spams in the smoke, but his read is absolutely perfect. Takes the 1 versus 2 clutch where it was least expected, considering the situation that he was in.
See, whatever happens, even if Maverick is going to win or Classic V is going to win, I would love to add on at this point after seeing so many games, so many actions coming from Sandy, that Sandy is one of those players which is absolutely brutal and blunt when it comes to the fact of having a gun game. He is actually on point. If he gets the right support system, he can easily bag out a clean sweep in this particular one as well. I'm literally rooting, or should I say, going for Classic V after showing their, after seeking their own kind of, let's say, anticipation, their kind of gameplay. But moving forward, Broken and Janvu, both of them are trying to anticipate where the players are. It seems like that at this point, the control of the house is going to be in the hands of Team Classic 5, but still, Classic 5 won't be able to get that output because Janvu and Broken have already made their own way, but getting spotted by Debs with a wall bang and a heading shot. That's it. Janvu is out of equation. The body shots came in. Broken finds Depth, and look at him. Look at him. Player was actually waiting for him, and that's it. Sandy finds Broken.
Absolutely amazing setup from the Team Classic 5, where they just waited it around, took those amazing angles on the side of top of the house. And look at Sandy, look how happy he is after outplaying his opponent with his positioning. With that said, Classic 5 finally gets to an advantage of 1 round. Broken actually spots one player from the side of lake or the waters, we can say, and Debs, he is just trying to play around with the information that he got. Sandy repositioning himself to the perfect angle that is required in this situation, leaving Jan Wu in a 1 versus 2 scenario with just second armor and a flashbang to work with, but his struggle won't be there for long as Debs will end him off his pain.
8-6. Classic V is already about to end this particular map in their favor. I believe, if I'm not wrong, Classic 5 has decided to play in this particular map, first of all. So, yeah, moving forward. Janvu, what was that? Depths up with a beautiful scout shot coming into the play. I believe that was an op. And with that ding shot, definitely Janvu is going to get struck down. On the hindsight, when it comes to Broken, has got the AK in his hand, but dual M4s coming into the play along with the USP and a Deeg with multiple utilities. And that's it. 6-9. Classic V backs out the first map of the best of 5 that is there in the grand finals. Remember, guys, this is Alienware and McAfee Securities presents Community Cup of CSGO. What an amazing battle coming up to end. To be precise, that was just the first map. 4 more maps left. Well, I'm talking about the 4 more maps, but what if Classic V is going to wrap up in the third map? That is going to be crucial, to be honest. Boyard, and if I'm not wrong, Chalice is actually on the back end. Chalice and Boyard are the 4th and 5th map, if I'm not wrong. So now coming up next, it might be Cobblestone, it might be Short Dust. We have to look into that fact as well, which is that particular map. It is Cobblestone, if I'm not wrong. And moving to that particular map, we have seen exceptionally well orchestrated gameplay coming from the team known as Classic 5 against Extents. What do you think about that, AK?
Well, I think it is going to be a sight to see because Sandy, he looks in form, and Debs, something we talked about that we have not seen that player. And let's just take a look at the highlights as well of this map as the rounds actually played through, because from the beginning it was sort of a bit loose and for the side of Team Classic 5, but after that even Sandy picked up his pace, and Debs, he just became that sort of surprising factor that we were actually mentioning before this match. So yes, even in the last round, actually this is sort of a moment that I would like to mention, because we have those amazing cam setups there, and it's just so amazing that laptops having such clear quality cams. I mean, just absolutely commendable. So I was just looking at that last round where Debs got his first kill with the op, and there was actually two players or two people just behind him. They were just walking around, and as soon as they saw Debs hitting that headshot, they just stood there and started looking at his screen. So that was a little moment from the side of Deb's cam that I actually witnessed. So something I just wanted to mention, but then again, Team Classic 5, they were off to a bit rough start in the beginning, but then again, they did really prove why they picked this map in their favor against the team like Mavericks. And with that said, actually talking about the second map of Cobblestone that you asked about, the gameplay of Sandy and Debs and Mavericks actually playing that map against them. So if Mavericks have decided to pick that map against Classic 5, knowing that they absolutely dusted extends on this particular map, they just might have something in their minds because they know that they are a good team as well. They can coordinate well, and on a map like Cobblestone, which is a classic map, you can actually move around with the utilities. You can actually move around with the angles that are available there towards the side of CD spawn. We have already seen Sandy lurking around that corner and coming from the behind of the CD sided players and taking those tracks. So yes, that is something that can be done, that can be exploited again and again, and Mavericks just might have a look
Yeah.
around them as well.
Definitely have to see how Maverick is actually going to pan out in this particular map that is going to be Cobblestone. Because as you said earlier, that against Extents, Classic 5 is absolutely amazing. If I'm not wrong, the scorecard was somewhere around 9-1. That really shows their dominance.
9-1,
Clean
yes.
sweep is already about to come if they are going to perform exceptionally well in the next two maps as well. That means Cobblestone and then Shot Dust. If the team known as Classic 5 is going to back out these two maps, this will be a very beautiful, victorious fight for them. But let's see. Let's see what happens, guys, because the map 2 is already getting started. Alienware and McAfee presents the CSGO Community Cup is already getting started, and you are at the grand finals, guys. The LAN event is actually hosted at the first ever Dell Gaming store in India that is present at Nehru Place. If you are in Delhi, if you are actually going to travel to Delhi anytime soon, go ahead and check it out. There might be some more tournaments coming up as well, so you can register and maybe enjoy as well. Meanwhile, the USP shots coming into the play beyond the chicken coop. There is a guy known as Depths which is hiding and which is trying to point and get some good shots. The dings are not working out for Sandy as well in this particular initiating battle. But still, oh, what was that? Sandy, a team effort coming into the play with that Depth has been taken down. It's all about Sandy has to do the 1v2. Yes, he does. He is never going to fail us, I believe. Yes, he does. A 1v2 coming to the play with that Classic 5 actually is embarking to a very aggressive journey. Now, if I'm not wrong, in the next round, Mavericks might decide from the T-spawn to rotate from the left side, and maybe they will be getting an advantage. But it seems like that Sandy is pretty much adamant on the fact that he's going to shut down everything possibly that is there. And look at Depths, look at Sandy. Ooh, Sandy finds Broken with a ding, and now it's all about Janvu. Janvu has to recalculate his steps, has to just get an idea from which angle he's going to rotate. But although it's not going to be easy, that's all he can do at this point. He can figure out. He has got the C4, has to do the heavy lifting, has to come up with a 1v2, and Janvu is already worried of what he's going to do. Broken on the hindsight, tried his level best, but eventually got shut down by the guy known as Sandy. And definitely having yourself in front of Sandy with the SMGs and stuff, you are not going to have an advantage because Sandy is just so brutal when it comes to his aiming. Look at that once again.
Well, absolutely. But now Mavericks will have a decent buy, if I'm not wrong. Yes, both of them having those AK-47s, 3 flashbangs, 1 smoke. So yes, they too can actually turn the map around from here. It's just 2-0, nothing much, nothing lost, nothing won yet. It's only 2 rounds, and they are actually going in for a slower approach, but it is a very beautiful approach from the side of Classic 5 actually, because look at the utility uses there. Smokes on both the ends, and then the main area is actually being blocked off by an incendiary grenade. Now Sandy has also positioned himself around the smoke that they have deployed, so that is actually pretty amazing, and he actually spots the head of his opponent, waits around, misses a few shots, but he knows that he has actually given enough damage. While on the other corner of the map, Debs has been taken down by his opponents, and now it's all understanding the 1 versus 2 situation.
Oh.
Takes down Janvu with the short range weapon,
Amazing.
connecting those headshots, and has thrown off Broken on 4 HP. If he swings around a little bit more, he might just get killed, but Broken with the perfect movements that
4
he
HP.
needs, actually kills off Sandy. Yes, indeed, on 4 HP, takes that aim battle with that confidence. And Mavericks, they do have a statement to make that they are still in
Mhm.
the game and they want to take it to the next level as well.
Well, definitely we are counting on it that they are in the game and they are definitely going to put a lot of fights in their favor. Dips and Sandy, both of them are waiting with the FAMAS and along with an M4 even in their hands. Meanwhile, Janvu and Broken have got their own AKs along with the Glocks coming to the play. They are also trying to figure out a way to make an entry, although it won't be that easy.
Well, absolutely, but Sandy, oh my god, he is just absolutely lethal with that M4 even as the way he peeks around the corners and then his crouching, his movements, and his precision with the aim, his crosshair placement absolutely turns out to be perfect almost each and every time. And well, right now situations were not very good for Janbu in this one versus two situation, and positioning were in fact pretty much commendable from the side of Classic 5 as well. With that said, we actually have Classic 5 taking that lead of 2 rounds once again. Mavericks, they have to think something out of the box because Classic 5, they are not even letting them cross the spawn area for now. Well, Janwu actually tries to go in, tries to push in, but he has been cancelled out and Debs will shut down Broken as well. So yes, as I was speaking, that Classic 5 is not even letting Mavericks out of the spawn, so they do have to think of something else right now.
They're just completely choking them down whenever the entry is actually there. And look at that. Once again, the mollies are coming into the play. The smokes could be there to douse that fire. And that's exactly what is going to happen, I believe. But Galil is in the hand. Just waiting. Janvo is there. Broken on the other corner has got the AK in his own hand. And he's waiting for the right opportunity. But seems like that the opportunity might not come that easily. Because Debs and Sandy have already confronted them multiple times. And that's again one possibility that could happen. Look at the nades. Look at the turbos. That the way Debs and Sandy are able to line up the fire is absolutely amazing. Has got the AK in his hand, has got some depletion onto the, I believe, Kevlars as well. But what a beautiful ding shot coming into the play. Debs was able to find one that was broken, and on the other corner, Sandy gets reciprocated. But Debs was there to chase out the guy, and with that, Classic is ooh, what was that? A little bit more aggressive, I believe. Debs is just trying his level best to go aggressive and find his own meta. Maybe he's hearing the words that we are talking about him, that he's a support player, not an aggressive one. He wants to be aggressive, but I believe his patience is actually helping the team known as Classic P a lot, Classic 5 a lot. Because if he is patient, if he is going to showcase the signs of patience, then I believe Sandy can be aggressive, and that's exactly what is happening. Sandy is coming up with 2 points. Once again, the push is there. What is happening? A rampage coming in from Depths. Again, bit aggressive, but then again, much more fruitful.
Oh my god, I mean, both of these players, Sandy and Debs, they are actually setting up Mavericks right into their traps just using their utilities. You know, they are blocking off an angle, having their aim on the other, and they are just making them walk in into their crosshairs. We're talking about that. Well, Debs almost walked in into the crosshair of his opponent, but that is not going to be the case for now as Janwu actually jumps down. He has given the sound clue and he is going back up. Look at Debs. He's just like, dude, what are you doing? I mean, what are you actually doing? He just looked like that, but then it's just broken left in a 1 versus 2 situation. Now that was a bit. He was trying to make a play. He gave the sound to fall back, fall down, but then he was like he might just go up in the time and have some sort of deception setup, but that was not going to happen in front of a team like Classic 5 with Sandy shutting down Broken as the last frag of this first half. And with that said, we actually have a scoreline of 7-1. Classic 5 looking in a pretty similar form on this map as they were looking against X10s, and we can pretty much expect the similar results from here.
Well, look at it. About to receive a match point. Classic P is actually on fire at this point, but eventually the sides have been shuffled. So Sandy and both devs have to find their own way to the entry, but that won't be easy. Good look at that. The ding shots might actually come in, but before that, the damage is there. Debs is definitely trying to put up a pressure, but Debs finds one. Ooh, Sandy finds another one. With that, the bomb might be getting planted, but before that, already the 8th round, or should I say the match point for the team known as Classic being in the map number 2 of this grand final is already here. Well, well, well. The aggression is just paving the way for Team Classic B. And on the high side, Mavericks is just suffering. They're just trying to safeguard their own life for a bit. But that won't be easy, to be honest. Moving forward, again, another beautiful round off to a very good start. Damage is coming in for sure. They're trying to put up a pressure on the B side. And yes, exactly that's what happened. Puts down one player. What? That's it.
Okay.
It's done. Already a 2-0 coming in when it comes to the map factor. But yes, guys, remember this is also not a BO3. So there is still one chance for the team known as uh, against the Classic V. I believe the team which is fighting that is going to have one more chance. That is Mavericks, if I'm not wrong. They have got one more chance to just step up the game. Maybe give us the signs that they are actually there in the game. In short dust, if they are able to back out that particular map, I really believe they can actually come up with some clean sweeps or some reverse card, some reversal. If it is going to be there, that will be amazing. But let's move on to the match analysis so that we can get an idea at which uh, the way Alienware is actually performing, the way the teams were actually performing, to be honest, in this Alienware and McAfee presents CSGO Community Cup. Look at that, guys. In the second map as well, in this particular cobblestone map, there was a beautiful control situation coming in, and not even a single movement was given by the hands of Classic V to the team known as Mavericks. Although in the fourth round or the third round, if I'm not wrong, there was Mavericks which was able to bounce back for a brief time period, but after that, complete shutdown, a 9-1. That's what we have as a scorecard at this point. What a battle, man. What a battle. A fluent battle just like the Alienware PC's work.
Absolutely, it was absolutely smooth, and just look at the confidence of Debs and Sandy. Even in the first map, the start was a little rough, I would say, but then again, the way they came back in the second half, Sandy clutching that 1v2 on Lake, and looking at them right now, they are as confident as we have seen them in the first match of the today. That was a second semifinals for them, but then again, absolutely tremendous performance right here. With that said, we are actually now eyeing on towards the third map already in this best of 5 series of this grand finals, and things are
Yeah.
not looking good for Team Mavericks at all, as Sandy and Debs, they have been repeatedly shutting them down again and again. The utility usage was absolutely perfect. It is something to be highlighted for sure, because again and again, Team Classic 5 was able to set up those frags, set up their opponents into the positions that they wanted, just by using the smokes, the incendiary grenades, and the flashes. So yes, that is something absolutely commendable from the side of Team Classic V or Classic 5 as well.
I mean, it's really important to use your utilities and eventually use it in a right manner. That's exactly what Classic V is actually able to do. So Classic 5 is actually quite good when it comes to their utility usage, when it comes to their aggression as well. But still now, the strategies were not there. But right now, it seems like that in the grand finals, they have stepped up their own strategies and eventually are being a little bit more fruitful. Although the first map, Lake, was not that fruitful for them, it was a little bit more of a hiccup type of map coming in for Classic 5 as well. Although Classic 5 at the end was able to bag out that map, but look at the cobblestone, 9-1, a clean victory. To be honest, let's say it's a clean victory. To be honest, because bagging out just one map is not going to help you a lot. Just one round is not going to help you a lot. You have to bag out the last map at this point, which can be the last one. To be honest, it is a best of three, no doubt in that. But this could be the last map, because if in the short dust again Classic 5 bags out that map, that is going to be it. And moving forward, without any delay, we are moving in the short dust. So this is the third map, and look at that. It's already getting started. Classic 5 is going to become the counter terrorists, and Mavericks on the hindsight have still a lot to figure out. As a terrorist, they are trying to push forward to the side and just completely going to take the advantage of the side so that they can plant the bomb, I believe. But before that, the dings might come in. Ooh, the answer from Broken on depths was absolutely amazing. What a beautiful headshot coming to the play. What is that? Sandy already standing in the side, was waiting for the guy to just come back, and Jarmu just walked right into his traps. Again, some dings, but wall banks are coming into the play. I believe the box are getting shot down. But still, Sandy got impacted quite a bit. Now, Sandy is going to fall back a bit, and now he's going to approach in a similar fashion that he did in the previous battles as well. Look at that, he's going to spot the guy, and that's it. That's it. A beautiful backstab coming into the play. Sandy is happy. Everybody is happy at this point. Because Sandy and his teammate to be precise, not a lot of teammates are there. And then again, that teammate Depths is absolutely amazing. Although Depths is getting shut down in initial phases, but I really believe in the upcoming later stages, Depths is going to be one of those guys which can become the X factor for the team. But for now, Sandy is the one which is creating a lot of pressure. Look at that. Once again, the push is there. Sandy gets compromised this time. Depths with the FAMAS is going to push forward, although a lot of SP has been depleted. Comes up, tries to go with the ding. Was able to take one. Is it going to be a 1v2? No, not at all. Mavericks answers back. That was broken with beautiful SMG, which was able to get the ding. But to be honest, Depths was on his way to get another shot.
Absolutely. In fact, he almost had that, but finally, Mavericks getting those early rounds once again. It was a really nice rush. They shut down Sandy early on in the round, but now moving towards the third round. Broken is actually just passing by his opponent, that is going to be Sandy, and they have actually crossed each other. So, a bit of cheeky moment right here, and they have some sort of setup, some sort of crossfire, the Team Classic 5, because one player that is towards the side of Catwalk, and that is Sandy, and Debs towards the tunnel. So they just might have a good crossfire setup, but Debs, he actually gets exposed through that smoke, has to take the aim fight, but Janmu shutting him down with a better gun in his hand, and then Broken coming in, swinging for his teammate and shutting down Sandy as well. Once again, using the power of a better weapon, that is the AK-47. With that said, we actually have finally Mavericks taking that lead after so long. 2-1 is the scoreline. One round lead is all they have, and now Classic 5, they are actually forced to go on an eco. Both of the players are having just the pistols, and Zanwu, he will actually get one headshot, does not know about the other, but Broken is there to take care of that. Debs will miss his shots and will miss his life for now as well. And Janvu is just going a bit of crazy after winning those rounds, but now he has to maintain that craziness to win some more as well.
Yeah, I mean, they have got their own third grass at this point in this particular map, but we have to remember that they have to come up with some more amazing fights in the favor, otherwise they won't be able to be that fruitful. Depths on the other corner damaged a lot. He's actually having a lot of damage because 16 HP is what he's left with. Again, other utility is getting used up. There are some smokes so that they can create that art of deception, maybe fall back a bit, or some other angles could be utilized at this point. But yes, I believe Janvu already had an idea that how the exchange of the angles is coming in, and that's exactly what happened. Depths has been taken down at this point. Janvu had the upper hand in this moment. Sandy with just 49 HP. The bomb is getting planted. This is a moment which we were waiting for, and yes, the bomb has been planted. Some more smokes coming into the play. Well. Let's see how the game goes on. For now, Sandy has to go ahead, approach for the bomb, but before that, he has to shut down both of the players coming in from the opponent's team. That is going to be Mavericks. Otherwise, the scorecard will be 4-1, and that's exactly what it is. 4-1.
Indeed, they just go in forward, get those initial frags, and taking those aim battles. Well, Mavericks are now playing it to the perfection with their aim gameplay, I would say, because still we don't see a lot of utility usage coming in or a lot of strategies coming in from the side of Mavericks. But then again, their aim game is actually being absolutely perfected right now. As Classic 5, they are struggling to take those fights, and now they don't have the weaponry advantage, as Janvu will take down Sandy, trying to get a frag with Deagle. Debs is now right around the corner. He will miss his only chance as well, giving yet another round to Team Mavericks. 5-1 is the scoreline. 6 rounds have been passed. 2 more rounds to close off this half. Can Classic 5 actually make a comeback, because now they have a decent buy to actually counter the plays of Mavericks?
Yeah, I mean, right now I believe I can see some more beautiful shots coming into the play, and that's exactly what the players are trying to come up with. The smoke is going to douse the fire, which will help the rotation for depth, which might actually help the advantages. But look at that, another big ping coming in. And with that, I believe that was a ring shot coming from Sandy. Broken has been taken down. Now it's all about the last man standing from the other team. But he's going to get spotted soon enough and was able to be shut down by Depth. Sandy was also taken down. So at that moment, for a second, I did thought that again might be there is a situation where 6-2 might come in. But no, that's not the case. It is 5-2 if I'm not wrong for now. So here's the advantage which falls in the hands of team known as Classic 5 for the 7th round. Now moving forward to the 8th round, the last round for the first half is already here. Once again, the shutdown is there. Depths has been taken down. Now it's all about Sandy. He has to come up with an equalizer. He has to come up with a 5-3. Although it won't be that easy, he has got the guns like M4, which is absolutely amazing when it comes to the placement of the crosshairs and also the recoil that you can control with it. The bomb is going to get planted. Now this is the moment where the defense system should walk in. Oh, a ding. Another ding is what we awaited. AK has been shifted, but No,
Oh,
result is there for Broken. 6-2. That was a hefty shot. But now Classic 5 has to become their terrorist, has to come up with some good points. But I would actually give kudos to that particular guy who was able to wait a little bit longer and eventually came up with some good shots. That was Broken, if I'm not wrong, who came up with that fluent ding onto the head of team um, Classic 5's aggressor. That was Sandy, if I'm not wrong. But moving forward, 2-6. Not a very good story, to be honest, to talk about. But then again, the approach is coming in. I believe Sandy is going to be the one which is going to move forward from the other side, and the site is going to get conquered very soon by the guy known as Depths. Before that, Sandy drops down to the greater stretches. He wants to figure out where the players are. Also, be a little bit more cautious. The counter terrorists have already pushed in. Depths finds one with a Glock, trying to approach for the second one. Broken on the hindsight is also waiting. He knows that if he moves a bit off, he can be taken down. 6-3 is going to be the scoreline if that happens. The bomb is going to get planted. That's exactly what happened. The bomb has been planted, but Debs answers back once again with a ding. Sandy and Debs are going to be a bit more happy about this particular round because the start of the T round for them is good.
Absolutely. And Mavericks, they actually had some sort of good news here. Well, they still do. They have the round defense that they need, but I mean, if he could have secured that kill, he might have gone for a clutch as well, but that was not the scenario. And look at Sandy, he is just pushing the Molotov, going through that, and finally killing off his opponent. With that said, we have Janvu in a 1 versus 2 situation, and with just a P250 in his hand, close range weapon can be very lethal if his crosshair placement is right while clearing off those corners. But that is not going to be the case, as he is just looking around for long range fights. But now finally he will get one shot range, will miss his shot, will miss his crosshair placement, and Debs, he's just all panicked up and he is looking at like, wow, what just happened?
4-6. Seems like that Classic 5 has found their own grounds and they are coming back once again with some good points at this moment. Mavericks on the hindsight have secured 6 amazing points when it comes to Classic 3. They have secured 4 amazing points, but now once again the exchanges are there. Broken at a very low HP. I don't think so he's going to live long at this point. The way he's surviving, the bomb is already going to get planted. 2 ding shots is all we need from Broken, so that he can just completely nullify the effect of the aggression coming in from Classic 5. But Classic 5 already gatekeep the entries. Oh, look at the hole that is there from Dev's corner. He can easily shut this guy down. Broken, you are about to have a lot of surprises at this point. He's going to make an entry, and that's it. Surprise, surprise. Debs was already waiting for you on the top bridges, and that's it. Seems like that 5-6 is going to be the score line. Just one more round for Classic 5 so that they can equalize the standing, and after that, straight up 3 more rounds for them so that they can just completely bag out the whole grand final, or should I say the Alienware and McAfee presents CSGO Community Cup wingman will be in the favor of team known as Classic 5 if they are able to bag out the next 4 rounds in their favor. Although it won't be that easy for sure, but the next 3 rounds for Mavericks are also quite crucial because Maverick can actually start off with a new chapter in the Boyard.
Absolutely, and that is something they might be just eyeing in for this round. They don't have the economy, they just have the pistols, the P250s in their hands, and if they maintain some sort of crossfire, they can actually get one frag or maybe even the whole round. But the thing is that the weaponry advantage is with Classic 5 right now, so we are probably looking for an equalizer right here as Janvu actually swings around the corner with his pistol, and Sandy shutting both the players down right now and going forward into the 13th round with what we expected, an equalizer, a 6-6 scoreline. And now is the time when Mavericks have to shut down this streak coming in from the side of Classic 5. They have the weapons now that they need, they have the utilities, and now all that is remaining is the aim, but that is going to be with Sandy, and that leaves Broken in a 1 versus 2.
That was fun. That shot was absolutely amazing. Broken in a 1v2 situation, as you said, has got the defusal kit as well in his hand. Not a lot of ego is there for him, but eventually losing this round is not going to help him a lot. But he might just get the spirits up for the team if he bags out a 1v2. Well, the HP is there, and now Teps is just trying to make his own move. Teps is actually moving towards the player. He's going to be in front of him. But what was that? What was that? He was jumping here and there, but finally figured out that there is a player. But to his luck, I believe, if I'm not wrong, at the same moment, Broken decided to look other way. If that would have not been the case, Teps would have been shattered, and after that, it was Sandy and Broken, which we would have been talking about. But all in all, a beautiful battle. for the team known as Classic 5, and eventually it was very advantageous for Debs to have that jump and eventually figured out that the player is there. What is happening? Sandy is at a beast mode at this point. He's getting multiple dings, he's getting multiple opportunities. He's going to burn Janvu alive, and that's exactly what happened. 52 HP is just what is left right now, and the bomb is already going to get planted.
Oh, what?
You wanted to wall bang the players, but Sandy is going to wall bang you, and with that, Sandy is just actually on a beast mode. I'm just a fan of this guy at this point. The way he performs, the way he plays, the way he's so calm and patient when it comes to his gameplay, but still gets the attack, still gets the advantage. If you guys remember, the scorecard was somewhere around 5-1, if I'm not wrong. And after that, from that chapter to 8-6, look at the advantage. Sandy once again damaged a lot, but still Broken has been taken down. With
Oh
that,
my
with
God.
that, with that, with that, we have got the champions. We have got the winners of this Alien vs and McAfee presents the CSGO Community Cup Wingman Championship is there, and it is, if I'm not wrong, the Team Classic 5. The two champs are Tips and Sandy. Hands down, Sandy, one of the most amazing players I've seen in this Community Cup, to be honest, and in the previous one, to be precise as well. Sandy, well, hands on, an amazing job done in Duster, but no doubt Debs was the X factor for the team as well. He was the one supporter which helped his team quite a bit. But all in all, the journey of 2 days is already over. And in this particular event, we have Classic 5 as our champions. The runner up is going to be the team, if I'm not wrong, Mavericks, and on the third and fourth position, respectively, I guess we do have a contestment between the other teams like Extents and the other team which was there fighting against Team Maverick. That was Demon Hunters, if I'm not wrong. But all in all, Classic 5, what a battle, what a fight, what an aggression coming from the corner. Everything that was expected from the corner was there. For a brief moment, we did had small speculations at the third map that why is this team struggling? But we did saw some beautiful plays coming in from both Depths and as well as Sandy, if I'm not wrong, because in the last fight we did saw a beautiful bang coming in, and eventually before that we did saw that jump from depths as well. So yes, we do have a lot of things to talk about, so let's go to the sky, let's go to the highlights so that we can talk about them, so that we can get an idea how it started and how it got wrapped. In the initiation, we did saw a beautiful control coming in from Mavericks as a T-set team. They were just completely shutting down every single approach that was there from Classic T, and definitely having this map in their favor as a T-set team absolutely was helping them a lot. But slowly but steadily, somewhere around Classic P, after, if I'm not wrong, sixth or seventh round, they caught up to the meta, they caught up to the grasp that Mavericks were performing with, and then eventually the shutdown was there.
Absolutely. And in the beginning, actually, Mavericks looked really, really well. I mean, they were having those rounds, they were taking the aim fight with perfection, and they were not actually letting any sort of play come into the work of from the side of Classic 5. But as soon as the sides got switched, I mean, Mavericks were actually looking in a good form, but as soon as the side got switched, they got to CT, something happened to their momentum. I mean, look at this, they were losing even easiest of the aim fights as well, and after that it was just a playground for Classic 5. Look at this boost as well, and the areas that they were challenging, going towards the outer and then getting those frags. Sometimes they were just rushing in, taking those first aim fight and this cheeky moment that happened right there. But all in all, it was a really good match, but it did not actually feel like we were in the third map, because oh my god, the way previous map ended and this second half ended, I mean, Classic 5 has looked absolutely dominating, right? I mean, they made it look absolutely easy right now.
They woke up and they chose violence. That's exactly what happened at this point. Definitely an amazing match coming in from Classic 5, not just in the semifinals, also in the grand finals. Well, we were expecting a lot of overtimes. To be honest, I was expecting a lot of overtimes, a lot of decider maps being utilized today, because it was semifinals. We were expecting that kind of play, but eventually, every single map, be it the semifinal 1, the semifinal 2, or the grand finals, everything was there as a clean sweep coming in from the particular teams. Like Mavericks were able to clean sweep the particular team known as Demon Hunters, and on the hindsight, Extents were completely being shut down by the team known as Classic 5, which is actually the champion for now of this particular event, by bagging out a beautiful 3-0 in their favor. In the first map, again, the struggle was there for the team known as Classic 5, because they were struggling with a scoreline of 9-6. Although they got the advantage, although they were able to bag out that particular map. After that, in the second map, Cobblestone was absolutely fluent for the team known as Classic 5, because the scoreline was of 9-1. And then eventually in the last battle, we did saw again a struggling start for the team known as Classic 5, although Mavericks was capitalizing a lot onto them. But slowly but surely, somewhere around, I guess Classic Fives have figured out after getting the right guns. Because in the initiation, if I'm not wrong, they didn't have the right utilities, they didn't have the right guns. They were playing with their USPs, they were playing with their Glocks and stuff, or wherever the rule was. So they were there with the pistols, they were there with the SMGs. On the hindsight, the players were choosing AKMs and M4s from the particular team known as Mavericks. But eventually, when Classic 5 got the guns, they did show that how these guns are going to get used. And that was absolutely amazing.
Indeed, indeed. And the way they rushed into the sites, I mean, it was not just the aim gameplay, it was also the way that they had the
Yeah,
confidence around the map. They knew exactly what they were going to do. Mavericks on the terrorist side, they were a bit like, okay, we will play according to the merit of the situation, we will get the picks, then we will think of what we are actually going to do. But the team Classic 5, they straight up had an idea of what they're actually about to do. And what they're going to
yeah,
do is, when this community cup presented to us by Alienware and McAfee taking place live at the LAN of India's first ever Dell Gaming store at Nehru Place in New Delhi. With that said, a huge congratulations to the winning team, that is Team Classic 5, Sandy and Debs. Kudos to your performance. And with that said,
yeah.
we will actually take your leave from the Esports Club. You can subscribe to the channel on the Esports Club, and if you're watching on the Dell India channel as well, for more upcoming events. I am AK. With me is my friend and a wonderful caster, Raider, and we will see you the next time. Till then, good luck for your games, enjoy, and goodbye.
attraction towards new experiences is powerful. Alienware gear isn't made to resist that pull. It's made to accelerate it, to transport you to new places where you can embrace difference and leave familiar behind, bringing you ever closer to the ultimate experience. See you on the other side.